All right, we will do a test here in just a little bit to test the sound for everybody. But right now, we're just letting everybody filter in. We'll do a sound test here in just a couple minutes, and we will start the meeting on time at 5:30. Thanks.
Hey guys, is there a way to pull up like what we're reading on our computer while we're still in Zoom? Or do you, I pulled it up on my phone before, but is there a way to do it and still stay on Zoom? Hello?
Yeah.
If you exit full screen, you can pull up anything else you want on your computer as well. So
Okay.
you could have like a larger version. Is that what you're thinking of a document?
Yes.
So does that make sense?
So I can exit. I'm going to practice.
Okay.
And just so everybody knows, we are live right now. As you talk, we are live. This whole conversation is live on YouTube right now, just so full disclosure.
Thank you, Jack.
Jack, this is Kelly.
Yes.
Which part is mine for the resolution? I'm sorry. Is it the elementary education or the middle school?
I didn't see any name.
Your middle school, Kelly.
All right, thank you. Sorry.
All right, let's do a sound and video check here, if we can. So, Mrs. Hinkle.
Check, check.
Gotcha. Ms. Wolf. And Ms. Wolf just texted me and said her Zoom has froze on her, so we'll get her back. Mrs. Schutz.
I am here.
Mrs. Inc.,
Here.
Mr. Brown,
I'm here.
all right, Mrs. Gordermaker, Mrs. Gordermaker, can you hear me? I see her, but she can't hear me. So, Mrs. Albers,
I'm here.
Mr. Barsonis.
Check 1, 2, I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Bros, Dr. Bros, we got you. Can't
I'm
remember
on. No, you didn't, but
I
that's
heard you
okay.
earlier, so
I'm used to that.
Julie, do you hear us? All right, can you test your mic?
Testing.
Perfect, perfect. And Ms. Wolf, are you there? I see your name. She's still trying to get back in. Dr. Grover,
Hello, everyone.
loud and clear. Perfect. All right. Everyone else, oh, there you are. Erica, do you want to test there?
Sorry, Zoom froze on me.
All right. We see you and hear you. All right. I think we're ready to go.
All right, thank you. It is 5:31 p.m. and I now call to order the Grand Island Public Schools Board of Education meeting. This is the June 11th, 2020 meeting. Notice of this meeting has been advertised in the Grand Island Independent, which is the district's designated method of giving notice of these meetings. We want those viewing the live stream meeting, and welcome to all of you, to know that they can access the agenda in a PDF form and the Open Meetings Act on the GIPS website. Dr. Dexter, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Albers,
Here.
Mr. Barsonis,
Present.
Dr. Rose,
Present.
Mr. Brown, present. Mrs. Inc.,
Present.
Mrs. Gordermaker,
Here.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Present.
Mrs. Schutz,
Here.
Ms. Wolf.
Here.
Thank you. Agenda item 3 is our mission statement, and Dr. Brose, will you please read that for us?
I'd be happy to. Every student, every day, a success. In educating students, we teach hearts as well as minds. Within the Grand Island Public Schools, every student will be taught to read, write, and communicate effectively, solve problems, acquire and apply knowledge, and demonstrate mastery through performance to the best of the student's abilities. Every student will be treated with fairness and dignity. Every student will be honored for their unique qualities and backgrounds. Every student will experience a sense of belonging, contribution, and success, and every student will develop responsibility and show respect for others as well as oneself.
Thank you. We'll move to agenda item 4, which is our consent agenda. And on the consent agenda, we have 4.1, the minutes from the previous month's meeting. 4.2, claims as submitted. 4.3, bid proposals as submitted. 4.4, staff adjustments as submitted. 4.5, treasurer's report as submitted. And then 4.6 are our policies. 2170, advisory committees, delete on final read. 4213, budget implementation on final read. 4460, expense reimbursements on final read. 5230, emergency plans on final read. 5232, emergency closing on final read. 5310, transportation on final read. 8470, weapons in school on final read. 8513, communicable disease control on final read. 9310, fundraising activities on final read. 2230, board standing committees on first read, 2231 special committees on first read, 2411 notification of board meetings on first read, 6231 communicable disease for staff on first read, 6231.1 guidelines for 6231 on first read, 6231.2 bloodborne pathogens exposure control plan on first read, 7190 district wellness policy on first read. 4.7 is a grant report update. 4.8 is a surplus property listing. 4.9 are contracts, including 9.1 project search agreement, May 2020. 9.2 contract amendment for C4K coordinator. 9.3 SPED speech language pathologist contract with ESU 10. And 4.10 is approval of the agenda as submitted. This is a consent agenda as published. Would anyone like to remove any items or add any items to the consent agenda? Seeing none, do I have or does anyone have a potential conflict of interest on agenda item 4.2? If so, please state the check number that you're abstaining from voting on. Doesn't look like anyone. Would someone like to make a recommendation to approve?
I would recommend that we approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Thank you, Dr. Brose. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mrs. Albers. Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call, sorry.
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsonas,
Yes.
Dr. Brose,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Inc.,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. And even Terry's cat got in the act on that one. All right, we move to, this is so fun because we haven't had this for a while. Agenda item number 5 is special recognition. And we are going to recognize students who qualified for the Duke TIP. And we sure wish we could be in person with them tonight. Congratulations them. But we will just do this virtually. And so I believe, Kara Cool, you're going to present this.
I sure will. Thank you. And I'm gonna, if it's okay, I'm gonna share my screen, I hope. Did that work okay? Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, we would like to recognize some students who participated in the 2020 Duke University Talent Identification Program 7th grade talent search. The Duke University Talent Identification Program, or Duke TIP, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to serving academically talented students. Now in its 40th year, the 7th grade talent search identifies bright 7th graders based on grade level standardized test scores. Candidates are invited to take the ACT or the SAT college entrance exams as 7th graders, which provides greater insight into their academic abilities. This year, 86 Grand Island Public Schools 7th grade students qualified for the Duke TIP, and 20 students tested. At this time, we'd like to recognize 5 of these students. These students earned state recognition by scoring approximately at or above the national average of recent high school graduates on at least one part of the ACT, and we would like to honor them here today. The students who earned state recognition on the 2020 Duke TIP are Landon Connor, Noah Jaworski, Jace Jones, Ashlyn Razika, and David Thurston. We want to congratulate you on this accomplishment.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And yes, I would agree that great accomplishment and proud of the kids for taking the test because we know it's a long test, and congratulate them on their great scores. Would any other board member like to mention anything or say anything? Doesn't look like it. All right. Like I said, we wish we could be in person, and we look forward to being able to do that again because this is always a special time for the board. So we will move on to information items. And the first information item is 6.1, the comprehensive staffing analysis that the DMG group completed. And Mr. Stelk.
Thank you, Mrs. Hinkle, and good evening to the Board of Education. As I'm sure you recall, the board did approve a contract with the district management group back in December to complete a comprehensive staffing study and analysis of the Grand Island Public Schools staff. And that analysis has been completed. You have received a copy of that analysis, and we're real happy that we have a couple of guests with us tonight to go over the staffing analysis with the Board of Education. Brianne Rock is here, as she is a senior associate with the district management group. And then Dr. Nate Levison is a managing director with the district management group. So it's my pleasure to introduce both of them. And I suspect that Dr. Levinson will begin the presentation. So Dr. Levinson, I'll turn it over to you.
Great, thanks very much, Wayne. And I'm very excited to be here. I do want to set the record straight. I'm actually not a doctor, didn't make my mother proud, but super excited to be here with you today to share our findings or a summary of our findings. And the way I wanted to structure it today, I've been a superintendent and I've also spent 6 years on a school board. So I've been on both sides of this. So I know you're going to have questions. So I'm going to spend about 20 minutes or so giving a high level overview and then leave time for your questions to dig into the parts that you are most interested in. I am going to share my screen for the first part of this. So trickiest thing I will do all day is see if I can get my screen sharing to work. Look at that. Hoping at this point you're all seeing a very large white slide that says developing a strategic and equitable district budget. Great, so excited to share what we learned through this process. The only thing I want to remind you about the district management group is it's going to drive what we share with you tonight, is that everything we do and everything we would ever want to recommend to a district has to meet 3 tests. One, it's got to be great for kids. So everything we're going to share tonight should improve outcomes and life experiences for your students. And as important as that is, there's other goals we also want to meet as well. We want to make the work more rewarding and sustainable for staff. Teacher burnout, teacher overload is a serious concern. So while we're trying to be good for kids, we want to be great for your adults as well. And lastly, as we try to do those first 2 things, we want to do it with cost effectively within the resources you have. So everything we're going to share tonight should be really good for kids, good for the staff, and kind to your budget as well. The other framing, and this will come up repeatedly, our approach to doing a staffing analysis isn't just about numbers. And yes, we looked at a lot of numbers. You'd expect that. But it is so much more than that. It really is trying to answer the question, how does staffing, how does the budget process support or not the district in its ability to meet its top strategic priorities? So everything was done through the lens of what is important to your district based on your stated priorities, both from what we saw in your strategic plan and, as importantly, what we learned through all of our conversations with board members, with leadership, and others. So this is as much about achieving strategic goals as it is about just staffing levels and how you spend your money. As we thought about tackling this question of analyzing how you use staff, we wanted to take a step back and also review and give some thoughts on how do you as a district go about making the decisions on how to use staff. So it's not just what did you actually decide, but how did you make those decisions? Because we think there's great power in both of those. So I'm going to spend a few minutes sharing our observations and some opportunities to improve the process by which you determine how much staff to have of which type in which schools. And again, overall, we thought your processes were solid and sound. There are no red flags, things as a board you should be worried about. But we did think there were 5 things in the context of continuous improvement you might want to think about. The first is to agree on strategic priorities at a finer level of detail. I want to be really clear throughout the district, people really appreciated your latest strategic plan. People felt it had more direction, more specificity than in the past. They believed it helped drive their decisions. It was a strategic plan that was alive, and that's a really good thing. As a footnote, that is not the norm in American public education. So I feel good about that. But there is a next turn, a next level of detail of really being clear, not just on what your priorities are, but on how you're going to achieve them. Let me give you a very quick example. You could have a priority that says all kids should be able to read and read well by 3rd grade. That is an important and legitimate strategic priority. Now, if that messages to your community, you care about reading, you're going to invest in reading, you're going to prioritize reading. But here's the dilemma. I, as a teacher or as a principal or as a central office person, could say, because my district is prioritizing reading, we need to buy a lot of software for reading intervention. And another person would say, because we're prioritizing reading, I need to reduce class size down to 10 so the teachers can be more effective at teaching reading. But somebody else might say, we need reading interventionists. And somebody else might say, we need reading instructional coaches. Now, all those are legitimate ideas, but they don't build alignment and consensus, especially around spending, if you don't first agree on what your priorities are, but then also agree on how you're going to implement them, how your budget will support them. So that's my first opportunity. Second is to use the budget to further support your strategic value of equity. Equity is clearly a top priority for you as a board, for you as a district. It is alive and well and top of mind with your staff. But at the same time, there is some pressure in the district for schools to be equal. If one school has it, another school should have it. If one school has one, another school should have one. That is not equity. That is equal. That is being the same. There are, in some cases, schools with greater need that don't have greater resources. And I think there is an opportunity to use the budget, to use staffing ratios and staffing decisions to explicitly tie resources to student need. And so that one school may have more than another, or may be different than another, because the needs of the students are different. The third opportunity is to create a culture, a schedule, and a system to facilitate shared and part-time staff so that you could both expand the talent pool and free up resources. I want to be really upfront with you. Almost nobody in the district likes this recommendation. So just going to say it before you hear it. But I think if you do it in a certain way, people will learn to like it and be happy for it. The issue is, it is very often that in a department or in a role within a school, what you really need is 4.5 of somebody, 7.3 of, or 7.4 math teachers. And most districts round up because you'd rather not have part-time or shared people. There's a cost to rounding up. The rounding up means those are resources you can't use elsewhere. And the reason people don't like to round up is because it's actually pretty hard for the staff, and it's pretty hard for the principals who manage and schedule a building to have these part-time people. So as you're currently structured, it is rational to not like this recommendation. But there are school systems that have made themselves shared and part-time friendly, which makes it so that you can do this without those negative side effects. You do free up funds. And as importantly, you expand the talent pool because there are, in fact, a growing number of people who want part-time work. They just generally aren't able to do that in the teaching profession. The fourth opportunity as it comes to the how you make budget decisions is to create a culture in which shifting funds on an annual basis tied to your strategic priorities and academic return on investment is more commonplace. Folks who use their resources the best make bigger shifts year after year after year. Every year you're updating your thinking, you're looking at what worked, you're looking at what didn't work. It's not that you don't shift your resources, but probably not as frequently as some. And lastly, and definitely not least, is providing school leaders, principals, a greater voice and a more impactful voice in the budgeting process. Not to say that they're not in the process, but we think they could have a larger role, which would both improve the quality of the decisions and greater engagement and support for shifting resources. So those were 5 thoughts as they relate to how you build your budget, how you make decisions around staffing. I'm going to move on to the next section, and then I'll take all your questions in about 10 minutes. So what did we find looking at all those past decisions you have made? And I really want to share, and I know you have the full report that was much broader than this, but there were 3 areas I wanted to highlight for tonight's discussion. The first is around general education class size. The second is around intervention. And the third is around time with students for folks like special educators and social emotional behavioral support staff. So let's talk about, let me go back up here before we wait to the numbers. Let's talk about general education class size. 2 things are true. Everybody wants, likes, and prefers smaller classes. And it is the largest single investment any district makes. It's the largest part of your budget. As a whole, your class sizes are on the small side. It's not a bad thing, it's just a fact. And what we want you to think about is if you have priorities that you're trying to fund, things that you would really like to invest more in, what we're suggesting is that thinking about very small, I want to underscore, small and nuanced changes to your class size targets might free up significant resources for other important things. For example, on average, you've got about 18.5 kids in an elementary class, but there's a range as low as 16, as high as 21. And that has to do with, obviously when you've got 1 or 2 more kids, do you split a class or not? What we're seeing is, as a district, you tend to split, if the numbers are getting a little high, you tend to split a little quicker than other districts do. That's a value, that's not a bad value, but it's a modestly expensive decision. If you were a little slower to split a class, you might have a few more classes that are in the low 20s, but you might also free up hundreds of thousands of dollars to invest in other things. Recognizing that most people don't like increasing class size, and particularly at the elementary level, the idea of thinking in nuance, maybe you do this in just 4th and 5th grade, and you don't change K1, 2, and 3. Just want to put on the docket that there's a big resource here, and we're not talking about, considering going from 18 to 25 kids in a class. Very small changes can mean a lot. At the middle school, the same is also true. Again, your core classes, math, English, science, social studies, about 20 students per class, smaller than average across the country, but again, an important value. But what is interesting is in the non-core classes, excluding things like band, your non-core classes are even smaller than your core classes. A fair number of districts have said, hey, maybe we'll increase our core classes by a little, and maybe we'll increase our non-core classes by even more. And by doing so, we could free up significant funds for other uses. And again, this is all about the trade-off of, do you have other unmet needs? And how do you balance that? Very similar at the high school as well. About 20 students in a core class, about 20 students in a non-core class. A fair number of districts we work with, when they sit down and think about prioritization, would be more comfortable having larger non-core classes. You might be comfortable having larger core classes and honor classes. So again, these are not recommendations that you do in a blanket way, but in a subtle kind of strategic way. Are there places to slightly increase classes to free up funds? It would be reasonable if, as a board, you said, we don't want to do any of these. Clearly, there's a value about having small classes, and nothing that we're suggesting should drive you far away from that. But perhaps small changes. You know, the question is, if you could free up $2 million and invest that in social and emotional counseling, or invest it in fill in the blank, how important is that compared to one or two more kids in an art class, one or two more students in an honors class? So that's the kind of trade-offs we'd just like you to think about, not necessarily make. I'm going to change topics to the question of your investment in staff as it relates to intervention. Intervention are the services you do to help kids who are behind catch up. The good news is that at the elementary school, there was a solid intervention effort. We saw some at the high school as well. We wanted to comment on, in particular, I think there's an opportunity at the middle school to rethink your intervention practices. The good news is currently there is time in the schedule for intervention, which is great. And some of your students at the middle school have access to very strong, what we call content strong teachers. And if I struggle in math, I'm going to get extra help from a math teacher, because if I struggle in math, it is likely only a math teacher is going to catch me up. What is the current practice is, if I have an IEP, my extra help will come from a special education teacher who may or may not have expertise in the topic. And if I don't have an IEP, it's kind of an all hands on deck. All teachers help, but you might have a social studies teacher or a language arts teacher providing help to a student who struggles in math. And that's far less likely to catch a student up. The other thing about the way the district, and this applies not just at the middle school, is when the district thinks about helping kids who struggle catch up, you have a fairly large, you have a tendency, let me put it that way, to rely on paraprofessionals who are not your strongest teachers, because they're not teachers at all, to provide academic support. Now, paraprofessionals play a really important role in health and safety. They're really valuable when it comes to behavior supports. But for a student who struggles academically, they're not going to be the strongest solution. Compared to similar districts and adjusting for size of district, you've invested about $1 million more than others might have in special education paraprofessionals, with a large portion of their time going to academic support. And more interestingly, and interesting in this case is a euphemism, you also invest about $1 million in general education paraprofessionals. This is a practice that most districts have phased out. And again, you may want to think about phasing this out through attrition so that we're not abandoning people who have worked for you for a long time. But again, these folks do a lot of academic support, and kids who struggle really benefit from highly skilled, certified, best of the best teachers. And you're making a big investment in really nice, good people who are not highly skilled teachers because they're not teachers at all. So I think that there's not a message that you should spend more on intervention, but a question is whether the dollars you're currently spending are leading to the gains you want. You have an achievement gap like everybody else. Achievement gaps don't close easily or quickly. And quite honestly, the only places we've seen them close in really dramatic ways is when intervention is provided by really talented folks. That's not the only thing it takes, but that's a critical ingredient. The last idea I want to share with you is if you think about your special educators, you think about your school psychologists, your social workers or counselors, you've invested in really talented people who do really good work. They are stretched incredibly thin. Across the country, they are leaving the profession faster than any other role because they are stretched so thin. And their greatest value is working with kids. And the thing that they want most to do is to work with kids. And if you look at, in this slide, for example, special education teachers, at the elementary level, they're able to spend almost 3/4 of their day working with students, which is great. But at the high school, it's much lower. Spending a lot of time on administrative tasks. To be clear, administrative tasks never go to zero. You can't make them go away. But districts who have invested some energy have been able to reduce the amount of time it takes to do administrative tasks, meetings and paperwork and IEP processing, stay fully in compliance and free up time to work with kids, which is their greatest value. And it actually make them, they like their work a lot better as well, because very few people go into teaching because of their love of meetings and paperwork. This is especially true when you get to social, emotional, and support staff, social workers, counselors, psychologists. One of the things we heard in interview after interview is, given the needs of kids, the district needs more psychologists, social workers, and counselors. And I think that's probably true in that every school in this country, you have an incredibly large need. You will probably never have enough. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't have more, but we are saying that you have slightly more than other districts similar to you. Now, those other districts would say they want more too. But what's really fascinating is perhaps before you hire more people is to take those really proactive steps to streamline their meetings, their paperwork. And again, these are not bad people who are doing the wrong things. These are good people who are doing all the things that they feel they have to do, all the things they are asked to do. But if you take, for example, you've got a secondary level social worker who's only able to spend less than 20% of their day with kids. That is common in many schools. But there are some schools in which they are in the country where they can spend 3/4 of their day with kids. That's more than triple the amount of time they can help kids. It is a tripling of job satisfaction, so long as we're not just pushing those meetings and paperwork to home, and which we're not. So as a district, thinking through, it's called process mapping, where you look at everything folks are being asked to do, and you ask questions like, do I need to be here? Do I need to be here for the whole meeting? Is this report or these steps I'm doing to write an evaluation, has somebody figured out how to do it faster? Could it be eliminated completely for some students? We have found that you can often shave 20, 30, or 40% off of tasks by studying what's done and why it's done. And I think your kids would benefit from a lot more social and emotional services, and your staff would benefit from a vastly higher job satisfaction. When we interview exactly these kinds of people who resign, leave the field, leave the profession, the most common reason they give is that the meetings, the paperwork, they're just not doing as much of the work they trained to do, and they feel unsatisfied and stretched, thinned because of it. So let me pause there. It's a fairly quick walk through many, many months of work and many thousands of numbers calculated, but love to hear your questions, and I'll stop talking.
All right. If you have a question, can you raise your hand? And anybody have any questions from the board? Mr. Barsonis?
Actually, Lisa and Heidi have raised their hand.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Mrs. Albers, please go ahead.
I was curious, when you were looking at classroom size, did you ever go into any detail about how many kids in the classroom had any kind of needs, whether it was English language learners, or if they had IEPs, or did you look at that?
Yep. Yeah. So when we've looked at what we call the profile of your students, of what's in the classrooms, kids living in poverty, kids with IEPs, kids learning English. When we made the comparisons to other school districts, we are only comparing to other school districts with very similar mix of kids and mix of needs. And I totally acknowledge your students, you have many students with many significant needs. The debate that's going on in America goes something like this. You've got kids with significant needs, and you clearly want to and have invested significant resources to help them. The question that people are wrestling with is, what's the best investment? And to oversimplify a complicated situation, I'm going to give you two choices just to make life easy. I can have smallish classes, say 20 kids, and less other supports. Or if I went to, say, 22 students, I could also infuse into that school another instructional coach, another social worker, maybe a parent outreach person. And the question, and both of those are nice. And in the best of worlds, you want both of those things. And the question is, what's the right balance of slightly more other high-skilled supports in the school in exchange for a few more kids, one or two more kids in the classroom? And different districts make different decisions. I will say that many, not all, of the kind of Broad Prize winning urban schools that have dramatically closed the achievement gap have made a bigger investment in social workers, instructional coaches, family outreach, reading interventionists, and a slightly smaller investment in class size than you have. That is not to say nobody has also followed your path, but even in the urban kids of high needs, we see a slightly different mix.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, Mrs. Schutz.
The last little bit with the percentages and stuff just kind of blows my mind. The lack of amount of time that they're actually spending with students. So I'm curious how is that time derived, or is that self-reported?
Yeah.
Or,
so yep. Sorry. Great question. So one is, I appreciate your surprise at it. If you do this long enough, you won't be surprised. Your stats are very similar to most school systems before they've made a concentrated effort. So like what you have is what most schools have, unless they've really worked on it. The way we got the data is every one of those folks shared their schedule with us through an electronic tool we've developed. It kind of looks like a Google Calendar. And for a real week, they said, you know, from 9 to 9:30, I was with Nate, working in a resource room, teaching reading. And from 9:30 to 10:30, I was in an IEP meeting. And from 11:30 to 1, I was writing a report. So they shared activity by activity in about 5-minute increments, very high participation rate, very high level of detail.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Wolf.
Sorry, had to get my mute button off. And my cat wants to be on TV. I was looking at the AP data, which I know you didn't really talk about in your very brief overview. And I just had a question in regards to, you give the general education enrollment for 2019-2020, but I did not see you give us the general education enrollment for 2018-2019, because I know you said there's a decrease in participation, but I was just curious if you also took into consideration, or if it's listed somewhere, what the general education enrollment was during the 2018-2019 year, just in case that could be a factor in that decrease in AP involvement.
So I don't think we did. We can definitely go back and check. I know we kind of took a moment in time.
Right, I was just curious.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. At some point, there's a limit to how much data we collect and crunch, but it's a very good point.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Bros.
Thank you. So we have your findings and we have some of your recommendations, or all of your recommendations in the report. We're a Board of Education of 9 people. How do we operationalize this? What recommendations do you have for us so that we don't just take your report and put it on the shelf?
A really great question, and I really hope you don't put it on a shelf. I think there are, now, as you know, I've been on a board 6 years and I've been a superintendent. So I'm going to recommend the following: that you should task the superintendent, who's quite a good superintendent, to come back to you with a list of things that she thinks should be prioritized. There are more opportunities. I should have said this for the opening, so I really appreciate your raising this. We did an incredibly comprehensive study. You cannot and should not act on all of this. Even what I shared with you tonight, which is a subsegment of it, do not try to act on all of it. I think that there are a number of elements within that budgeting process that I think could be really helpful. The 3 that come to my mind, but I think ultimately the superintendent should be making the recommendation to you, is the academic return on investment, really knowing what works. Nobody ever starts an effort because you don't think it'll be effective, but they're not all effective. If they were, 100% of your kids would be graduating and 100% would be proficient. So I think the academic return on investment moves you away from your instinct to knowing what really worked for which kids. I think principal voice and engagement would be helpful, because that will give both the board and the leadership the ability to make better and bigger decisions. Be totally candid. If principals are not part of the decision-making, they don't support big decisions as well, or if at all. And so I think bringing them into it, and I think given your very significant and sincere commitment to equity, is using the budget process to enhance and strengthen and crystallize your equity. So I think that's, if those are 3 things that come to my mind, but I think the superintendent should set the priorities for you. I think as a board, the thing that it's probably harder for a leadership team to do, and more in the world of the board, is this question that a number of you have touched on, is what is the right trade-off between small-ish classes and other very high valuable supports. They're both really good. As a district, you have opted to go a little more on the small class size and a little less on the supports and kind of higher on paraprofessionals. What's the optimal mix? Maybe it's slightly bigger in very targeted ways. Maybe it's not kindergarten. Maybe it's honors and 5th grade and non-core classes in the middle school and high school, and leave all your elementary stuff exactly where it is. And maybe it's shifting some of the paraprofessional support into higher skilled support in those schools as well. So I think that mix will never change without the board being comfortable with that change. So I think that's kind of a board leadership discussion. Not a right or wrong answer, but I will say that you have opted for less specialized support in the schools in exchange for both more paras and smaller classes. And it's an interesting conversation to have when you all get together in a room again someday.
Yes. Mr. Brown.
Well, thanks, Dan, for asking the question I was going to ask, because I was thinking the same thing. In your comparative school districts, were there any from the state of Nebraska? I was just curious if you knew that off the top of your head.
I don't. So we have a database of about 1,400 school systems, covers about 10 million students. And then we compare, most of the comparisons are done to schools that have similar demographics and similar per pupil spending. I think some of the data has different comparisons, and the best practices that I've been sharing, there we're comparing you to, as I said, there's a group of schools that are serving kids similar to yours that have substantially closed the achievement gap. And then also the findings of people like John Hattie's research and the What Works Clearinghouse. So it's not one single data set that all the comparisons were made to.
Okay. So I saw that you had in the special education section, you had, the direct time with kids broken down. Do you have that for the general education for like elementary, middle school, and high school? I thought that might be interesting to see as well.
I'm trying to think where they have it. So the reason, just two thoughts. One is the reason we do the schedule sharing for all those other folks is because they don't have a fixed schedule. Like you assign them a group of kids, right. They build their schedule to meet all the things they've been asked to do. So there's very little visibility, whereas for general educators, so like an elementary classroom teacher with the kids all day long, but for lunch and a prep period. Off the top of my head, that's something typically in the 80, 82, 83% of the day. Typical high school teacher, and again, these are not exactly yours, but typically you're going to see it in the 75% range, and middle schools sometimes a little less. There tends to be more planning and available. But so elementary probably the highest in the low 80s, middle schools in the mid 60s typically. So when you're seeing for like a special educator at 40 something or 50 something, or you're seeing a social worker in the teens or 20s, they are appreciably less, but you'd expect that because they have a lot more paperwork, a lot more meetings that are part of their job. It's a fascinating reality that if you take all the support staff, special educators, school psychologists, et cetera, as a country and in your district, more than half your budget for those folks goes to meeting and paperwork.
Right.
And it will never go away, but it can be reduced if you concentrate your efforts on it. Mm-hmm. And they just grow over time. It's funny, there is more pressure from the state and from the system to make sure every meeting is had, to make sure every form is turned in on time. And there's just not the same demand maker to have one more session with the kid.
True.
That's why you have to be proactive about it.
And then lastly, I guess I would back you up in the part-time with the sharing and part-time work. This day and age, I think there could be more candidates in some of our harder to fill positions if we would open that Pandora's box of having part-time employees. So I would second that as well.
Great. K-12 is the only knowledge-based white-collar profession that has not become part-time friendly. I mean, law firms do, consulting firms do, engineering firms do, doctors' offices do. And I think if you come back 10 years from today, here's the prediction, we can all get together. I believe public education will be part-time friendly because the labor pool is going to demand it. And it's just a matter of getting there sooner or later, but I think we're all going to get there.
All right. Dr. Grover, I see you want to speak, but and it's good because I have a couple questions, but my first one was for you as to just, have you thought about with your cabinet what the next steps are?
Okay, great. Thank you, Mrs. Hinkle. Well, first of all, thank you to Nate and his team for coming in and doing a very comprehensive report for us, and Mr. Stilk for leading the effort. We know that this is something that we need to take a look at and to really analyze for our district in order for us to achieve some of the strategic priorities and addressing the percentage of our budget that is dedicated to our staff, which you have tasked us with. So we had the opportunity last week to conduct a leadership institute, and we spent half of the day with our principals. And that was an extraordinary effort on their part. They received pretty much a very similar report to this, and we had the opportunity to talk with them and allow them to react to the findings. And because they have been very focused on our strategic plan, as well as understanding about moving student achievement on their campuses, and just unfortunately it's been interrupted because we have great momentum and they really understand their data more and really high leverage strategies toward achieving success for our students. And so they were very open, first and foremost, to rethinking their staff. They agreed in terms of taking another look at the paraprofessionals. We do have all the notes from that. They also agreed to begin to think about our staff as Grand Island Public School staff and how do we best leverage that. With further explanation from DMG, they actually even warmed up in many cases to shared staff and what that might look like. And this idea of us analyzing our staff on an annual basis so we can put our support where it is needed most based on data. So I want to applaud our principals and their leadership for really understanding that it is time for us to make some adjustments. And it's not like we want to fire anybody. So I just want to go on the record. This is not what this is about. This is about being strategic and understanding what moves we need to make to lift our priorities. We did have the opportunity to go through a sample of the academic return on investment. And I was surprised when DMG asked a question to our principals, what is it that you'd like to know more about and whether or not it's making a difference? And they were able to identify some of those. And thankful enough, we have Dr. Dahl on board with his program evaluation. He can begin to help us with some of that because they are concerned about where we're spending dollars and if it's making a difference. The class size seems like we asked about what's low hanging fruit. What could we do right now? And the classroom size was something they really felt like they could easily shift those numbers. And of course, depending on situations and circumstances, but that was something that they received well. And looking at how if they wanted to use their support staff in the best way, if they could have some opportunity to weigh in on that. So we debriefed as a cabinet. We came up with a list of next step, and Mr. Stuck has helped us to organize that. And so we're going to begin to map out. We're going to start with special education. The other part was revamping people's job description so they can get away from the paperwork. This is the highly skilled staff members who can get to our kids, and that's what they want to do. The social workers have been saying it to us that they want to spend more time with our kids. So we want to take a look at people's roles and responsibilities, take a look at our class sizes, and also talking with our teachers in that way, and continue the conversations around academic return on investment, really evaluating, what's working, what's not working, what's giving us the return that we want. So our next step is really to make a plan. It's going to be more or less almost like a little, it reminds me a lot of going through the academy process. If you want to think about that, we're going to have to identify our steps, set some timelines, objectives that we want to, achieve now that we have the findings. So if you would just kind of think about this as findings that we're going through right now, allowing people to react to these findings, get some feedback, and then we want to develop a plan. I would suspect that in some ways we may consider other opportunities that we might want to engage with DMG, because the academic return on investment is somewhat new to us, and they certainly have huge expertise. As you know, when they work with us with our special education before, and trying to map out how we look at the opportunities for how people spend their time. And I can certainly take any other questions.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very helpful, and glad to hear that, which we probably already knew, that you had a plan of action in place. So we appreciate that. Does anybody have any questions based on what Dr. Grover shared with us? Any additional questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I would agree. I thought the study was very valuable information. It's always good to have this before we make changes. I really like how we approach this by getting, like Dr. Grover, as you said, the findings first before we move forward, and very eye-opening in a lot of places. So definitely a lot of things for us to think about. So thank you for being here with us tonight. And I think at this time, even though we're just an hour into our meeting, we're going to take a break now because this was a lot of information. And so let's take a 10-minute break, kind of re-energize ourselves, and then come back together. So if we can come back at just a little bit before 20 till 7.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
We'll get started in about 2 minutes. It looks like there's a few that are still not back on. Okay, it looks like we are all back, so I think we can go ahead and get started. Hopefully we're all rejuvenated. We will move to agenda item 6.2, which is the extra standard committee report. Mr. Stelk.
Thank you, Mrs. Hinkle. Our extra standard committee did meet on May 11th of 2020. And as is our standard practice when the extra standard committee gets together, we look at kind of that as to use as kind of a guideline. We look at what has been approved through negotiations with the Grand Island Education Association for a total package increase, which this year is about 3.4%. So we apply that same percentage increase to the extra standard budget, and then consider, the movement and things on the extra standard schedule for those that are moving from step to step. And that typically then leaves kind of a pool of dollars available that we could look at recommendations for changes or additional extra standard positions that would keep us, still within that kind of a budgeted increase, so to speak. So this year we did have a number of recommendations. I'm going to be referring to the sheet that actually just lists some positions and the costs of those positions and things. There is also a copy of the minutes, which has a little bit more rationale for each of the positions. But the first position we're recommending be added to the extra standard salary schedule is the Senior Educators Rising Advisor. This is a position that actually began a year ago and was sponsored or supervised by a staff member on more of a volunteer or an unpaid basis. But there are now 150 students that are in this pathway. And one of the objectives of the academies of Grand Island Senior High is that we give all students in all academies the opportunities to get involved in student organizations, to broaden that exposure and to give them more practical experiences. So the Senior Educators Rising position is being recommended at a category 4. The next item that we're recommending is the Senior Sound System Vision Board Operator. And as you're all well aware, we've made some tremendous enhancements both in our the West Gymnasium, as well as now with the renovation of Memorial Stadium with the electronic scoreboards and the ability to put visual displays, visual, advertising, those kinds of things. And that does require a fairly complicated and complex set of skills to run that program throughout, the installation of these vision boards. We've been committed to using these as opportunities for our students to learn that skill set, but we still need an adult to organize, to supervise, to sponsor, just to make sure that, from week to week that everything is operating appropriately and that we're living up to the commitments to those paid advertisers. So we believe that the addition of this Senior Sound System Vision Board Operator will help bring that consistency and that continuity and make sure that we have the highest standard of audiovisual display on those boards. That would be a category 6 extra standard position. And then the third position we're recommending is the senior sound system coordinator. Sounds a little bit redundant to the one I just explained possibly, but the sound system coordinator actually would be clear on the other side of the property in the auditorium. What's been presented to the extra standard committee is that the auditorium has gone through some renovations and has an enhanced sound system there for the folks that either at senior high in the fine arts program, or for the elementary and middle schools that come in, or other groups that might come in and rent that facility. And that's become a little bit or quite extensive as far as the expertise and the demands on time of our staff to operate that. Just some person like me couldn't just walk in and turn the switch on and turn the volume up and say, okay, good to go. So we do need some expertise. And the other thing is, that's it's expensive equipment, and we want somebody to be responsible for that equipment, that's going to take care of it, extend the life of it, and all those sorts of things. So we are recommending that we add that extra standard position, so we've got somebody identified to coordinate that. The next item on the list there is the Habitat House stipend. Through the academies, we do have an individual, Mr. Forsman, who organizes students, and they support the Habitat House or a Habitat House every year. And most of the support that we provide, as far as students going over and working on the Habitat House, that's, again, a lot of those things happen outside of the normal school day and on weekends, and there's some of those kinds of things. So we do get dollars from the Habitat, kind of a reimbursement, so to speak, to offset the cost of this. So in essence, this, the stipend would be paid out of part of the funds that are received from the Habitat reimbursement. And then also we have the senior house that our students build every year. And again, we're looking to add a stipend of $1,500 for the senior house supervision. And a lot of the work that goes into that senior house does have to occur prior to school starting. Just a lot of getting the organization, and also at the end of the year, sometimes there's some finishing up of things that needs to be done. And as we were discussing during the extra standard committee, I believe we can fund this stipend from the proceeds of the sale of the house, so that kind of offsets the pressure on the general fund for that. So those are all the positions that we are recommending to be added to the extra standard salary schedule, as far as kind of that fit within that budgeted pool, or that pool that we felt was within our operating guidelines. One thing that we've come to now that we need to I guess receive direction or guidance from the board on is, you recall that I believe it was 2 years ago that we added middle school boys and girls soccer as an additional middle school activity. And really, I think a lot of the motivation to add that was input that we got from students, that this was a big gap in our offerings at the middle school, and we've had good, solid, strong participation. But as Mr. Harden reminded us during the extra standard committee meeting, that at the time we started this program, the dollars to start that were designated to come out of the activity fund for a couple of years to get it up and running, and to kind of see how we felt about it. And then at some point in time, we would have to decide that if we're going to continue to do that, then those dollars would have to be allocated, because as you can see, it's about a $50,000 cost to do that. And that just isn't within the 3.4% increase to the extra standard budget that we normally use to allocate to these other positions. So that will require I guess kind of a decision or a commitment from the board that we want to continue that, and those dollars would have to be shifted into the extra standard line item. So there was one position that was recommended that we're pushing off for a year, just because we kind of expended what we felt was the pool of dollars that were available to us, and that is a senior FCCLA advisor. And when we went through and kind of did our prioritization of all the positions that were requested, the FCC, somebody's going to ask, what does FCCLA stand for? I was going to be embarrassed and have to say, oh gosh, I just lost it, but I find here in my notes, Senior Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America. And this would be a group that, kind of similar to, VICA, FBLA, HOSA, some of those other clubs that we have. But right now, that, again, was one that we felt we could hold off on adding to the extra standard schedule until the 21-22 school year. So that's the recommendation. I would try to answer any questions that you might have.
Does any board member have any questions at this time? I guess the question I would have is to Dr. Grover and Mr. Stelk, whoever wants to answer. When do you want to have the discussion with the board about whether or not we're committed to the middle school soccer program? Do we want that here tonight, or do we want that at a different time, like at a board retreat?
I certainly
think it'll be good. I think it would be good to either schedule a meeting. We can decide which committee we want to work on, or at the retreat, because I'd love to be able to get another conversation with Cindy Wells on it. I will tell you that the students at the middle school, they've already petitioned us about other sports that they want. And so thinking about taking away a sport, that is certainly a conversation. I'd like to have some more details on it, since it was in extra standard. And I'm not in extra standard. So, and at this point, if there were concerns that were brought up, I'm not aware more than what we've heard here tonight.
So again, tonight was information for you to be thinking about. We'll come back in at the July board meeting with an action item, and we can probably have more clarity to the question about how to address the middle school question at that time.
Okay. And I think in the extra standard committee, part of our discussion, just to share a little bit more, centered around the equity issue, and didn't know if this would be part of our equity discussions and considerations, because it does offer more opportunities to kids. And I think we all feel it's important. It's just how do we do it? And so I do think we need to have more discussion on it. So maybe at the board retreat, we can do that. So, okay. Anybody have any questions? Think of anything else? Nope. All right. Thank you, Mr. Stelk.
Thank you.
Okay. 6.3 is Jack Jeffries Memorial Scoreboard Agreement. Ms. Skalberg, sorry.
Well, hello, thanks for having me. Do you guys need to see that up on your screen, or are you good? No, okay. This came about, this agreement came about in 2010 when we replaced the Jack Jeffries scoreboard the first time. And with the Jeffries family and the foundation, GIPS Foundation and the school district, we have a three-party agreement. It is an endowed fund tied to new scoreboards. The agreement as it stood in 2010 with the wonderful new scoreboard that will be put at Memorial Stadium that you guys have heard a lot about, and we're excited for it to come in August. We needed to update the agreement a little bit to reflect the difference of that scoreboard based on what we had experienced in the past. And this is just a update of that agreement, which allows the district to put advertising on the board and clarifies the Jeffries family's desire to have the Jack Jeffries Memorial Scoreboard in a prominent manner listed on the board. And so that's really all that changed. I mean, there were a couple sentences that just clarified the intentions. And I think we can be, pretty proud of this agreement and just that long-standing relationship with this wonderful GIPS family and the legacy that they're leaving. So I'd be happy to answer any questions because I think certainly this is the moment, right, for questions. I'd be happy to answer those.
All right, does anybody have any questions? All right, I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Mrs. Skalberg, for sharing that.
You bet, thank you.
All right, so our next agenda item is 6.4, the attendance report update. And I believe, Dr. Dahl, you're going to go over this.
Good evening, everyone. So good to be in front of you, and I look forward to us being face-to-face in the future, of course. In February, I shared with you the first of a two-part installment about our attendance. And I'd spent the year studying attendance in all of our schools, as well as working with principals through data rounds, through independent coaching, and as well other meetings, principal PK through 12 meetings, to help them improve their attendance and just raise awareness and help them work on strategies that a lot of them already had working. So in December, I noticed that the information looked positive. So I came before the board in February to say, just looking at 6 months data so far, I think we're making some substantial improvements. And I have great news to share tonight that as we extended that to March 6th, the last day of full attendance, things did move in a positive direction for a number of schools. And I want to share that with you tonight. So first, there were two facets to attendance. One was average daily attendance, which is an average percentage of the total days present divided by the total days that a student could be in school, in other words, their membership. And the state average is 95%. You'll notice on this graph that there's a line sort of in the middle of that graph towards the bottom side. That line is the difference between 95% or lower. So that's kind of not only the state average, but it's also a nationally recognized minimum. And it just means that we're hitting with those schools the targeted attendance rate that we're looking for and improving it as well. So you'll notice in the first column, there's this year's attendance up until March. You'll notice the second column is last year's attendance. And I took full year because we have full year for last year. In other words, 2018-19. And you'll notice in the third column, all the schools that improved in their rate from 2018-19 to this current year. And that's a lot of schools, 13 of 18 schools that made improvements. A number of schools made improvements of 0.5%. One school, Kinnicrum Elementary, made an improvement of 1%, which may seem small, but when they're already at 95%, seeing an improvement of a single percent is an excellent thing to see. So as I said, that was one of the two features. And so we wanted to look a little deeper in terms of equity. And to do that, I first looked at how did students of different ethnicities do? And so this graph, just to break it in pieces for us, the first three columns are this year's attendance. The second three columns are last year's, and they're organized by grade level. And then the third set of columns says what improved for each of, on the left side, for each ethnicity, students of each ethnicity. So you'll notice that the elementary level, students of every ethnicity improved in their attendance rate. That's an amazing thing because it shows that not only is our overall average improved, but that improvement was shown as an equity improvement for every student, for students of every ethnicity. And you'll notice at the middle school that students of half of the ethnicities improved. In other words, 3 out of 6. And at the high school, students of 2 out of ethnicities improved. Again, the rates were, for many schools, were above 95%. And this also points to us at work at the secondary level that is ongoing to improve. Next, I wanted to look at attendance by grade level. And again, we've heard a positive story about elementary that continues even through 6th grade, those attendance improvements, and as well 8th grade. All of the students in those grades made average improvements from a year ago to this up to the March. And again, this points towards work that is ongoing at the high school and with the 7th grade students that are now matriculating to 8th grade through GIPS support. Finally, I'm going to just say chronic absenteeism is that thing that first confuses us a little bit. So before I show anything, I just want to remind us that chronic absenteeism is something we want to decrease. So that means if the percentage of chronic absenteeism was, say, 10% at a school, and that's very high, we would want that to go down to 9% or 8% or continue to go down. So as I'm going to skip to the results and then explain where they came from. We have 6 schools this year that met their chronic absenteeism target set by the state. And 6 schools is a very big improvement from the year before, where 3 schools met that target. And so I'll explain what all that means by showing us some data. So there are 3 different areas that I want to talk about. Just the first set of columns, the 2 blue columns and the 1 gray column, are a comparison of chronic absentee percents last year and this year, and then was there an improvement that happened? And by improvement, again, I mean that the rate went down. So you notice the number of schools where there were improvements. I don't want us to rest here because the state requires that we don't just look at year-to-year improvements with chronic absenteeism. The state says that every year there's a target. And so that started in 2014-15 when they began recording a target. And for 3 years, they created baselines for every school, and they're different. So you'll notice in this column that's labeled B, every school has an individual target. That's where they have to get to in order to have improved their chronic absenteeism enough. And you might think that that's a reachable target for some schools, but every year that target gets lower. So every year the state makes the target a harder target to reach. So if I say that, or as our data says, 3 schools met their 2019 target, and now this year 6 schools met their target, that means that they met a harder target. So not only did we double the number of schools, but we also doubled considering that the target got harder. I want to highlight 2 schools here that made substantial decreases. Kinnickrem Elementary going down 2% under their target, and Jefferson going 2.7% down. And both of those schools had substantial improvements that show not only from the year-to-year improvement, so Kinnickrem went down almost 10% from one year to the next, but also it showed that they not only did that, but they met their target. Again, the focus here is on the right side where we are looking at the state's target, because we want to focus on where does the state hold each school. So with that, I wanted to give us the second part of a 2-part series on chronic absenteeism and average daily attendance. And I'd like to ask if there are any questions. I'll scroll to the top, but I'll come back to wherever there's a question. And thank you.
All right. Does any board member have any comments or
Heidi's hand
questions?
is up.
Okay, Heidi.
Sorry, trying to find my raise my hand thing. The data with Star Elementary, does that include from the 18-19 year when Star and Stolly were still combined versus this year is just Star? So that's why that's kind of skewed so much.
That's an excellent question, Ms. Schutz. I want to share that Heidi and Stolly Park, because they split back to their original populations, we are still in a conversation with the state on respecting their original populations with this data. In other words, only looking at the students that were in Stolly, even during the years when those two schools were together. COVID has put a slight delay on all of this. And as a result, there won't be, as far as we've learned up until today, there won't be AQuest reports delivered at the end of the summer because a lot of the pieces haven't been delivered during the year. In other words, no state testing. But I wanted to calculate these results of absenteeism. And so yes, the data I have shows them as separate entities, but we need to do further analysis because I need to make sure that our data will match what the state has for both schools. So I think that will be installment number 3, maybe sometime next year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? It doesn't look like it. Great report, very good information. We really appreciate that look, and good to have it even though school was interrupted in person. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Board of Education.
All right. Now we move to agenda item 6.5, the naming of the leased early learning facility at 2208 North Webb Road. Mrs. Worthington.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you. I'm helping to facilitate our naming process for the building that Mrs. Hinkle just mentioned, 2208 North Webb Road. As you know, we're working to lease a portion of that building for early childhood classrooms. And even though that that leasing arrangement has not completely been finalized, it's in our best interest to go on and make plans for that building so that we're ready when that is finalized, because we have every reason to believe that will happen. We do have a policy that dictates this. It's policy 4510, which deals with the naming of a building or a portion of the building. And obviously here we're talking about a portion of the building. That policy dictates the committee members that need to meet, the different variety of people that need to talk about that. So what we decided to do was to utilize the governance committee that already had a meeting scheduled at the time we were needing to have this conversation. And then we added to that Mrs. Amy Richards. She is a certified staff member and leads the early childhood program. And then Mary Burley as a community member. And Mary is, as you know, the vice president of the Economic Development Corporation. And she's been involved in a number of the early childhood meetings going clear back to, I believe it was September, when the mayor convened a group of people to talk. And she's continued to be involved with Hall County Community Collaborative and some of the programs that deal with early childhood education. So she was a good help to that conversation. Mr. Harden at the committee meeting, and you have those notes attached, kind of detailed what we had planned for that building. We reviewed the policy 4510 as I've just done with you. And then we took a recommendation to that group, and the recommendation was to name that building O'Connor Learning Center. So we would work with the architects, if this were approved, to include the other things that we typically have on a building. It would say Grand Island Public Schools, and it would probably have either the early childhood education logo or it would say early childhood education. So it would follow the normal things you're used to looking at when you see one of our buildings. But as far as just the name, the recommendation was O'Connor Learning Center. And we did this because of the generous donation of the portion of that building from Ray O'Connor. Mr. Harden met with him to talk a little bit about the naming, and he's very humble and wasn't sure he wanted this to happen, but finally agreed that using the family name would be appropriate, and he'd appreciate that. This is just an information item tonight. One of the purposes of the policy is to get your input tonight, but also to have that name out there to the public. So if there's any input, they can certainly share it. So I'd be happy to ask any questions you have about our process.
Okay, anybody have any questions? It does not look like it. All right. Got a thumbs.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we will move now to agenda item 6.6, curriculum resource for early childhood education. Ms. Richards.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for having me for an opportunity to share recommendation to approve funds for a new resource for our early childhood education program. And as we look at this request, the question that arises is, why do we need a new instructional resource? And there are really three main drivers for this to happen. The first is that the data we reviewed really highlighted a need to focus on our early literacy skills, language, and writing. Our concern and discussion around providing equitable experiences for all of our pre-K students, and to continue to align our work with the recommendations of the Early Childhood Task Force, our instructional vision, our primary grade colleagues, and the district priorities. And after an extensive review by our curriculum team, we came up with the recommendation of a resource that's called Tools of the Mind. We feel this is a comprehensive, balanced, and rigorous curriculum that's going to help us achieve those goals. I'm going to start by talking about how it addresses our instructional vision. The board has seen this a few times, and tonight I've bolded where I really believe this curriculum resource helps us achieve what we want from our vision, providing those meaningful experiences, including a focus on play-based learning, language, and those relationships so that students can be ready for kindergarten and for that lifetime of success that we want for all of them. I'm going to start by sharing just a little bit of data around the success of this particular resource. This first graph comes from Denver Public Schools in their Title I pre-kindergarten programs, and it looks at child outcomes for classrooms using the Tools of the Mind resource versus non-tools curricula. And here we see that there were improvements across the board, but most notably, the greatest improvements were in the areas that we really need that additional support, including literacy and language, as well as that social emotional piece. Another piece of data that I just want to highlight for the board, this comes from an urban district in another state, the state of Michigan, where they implement a kindergarten readiness assessment for students. The blue line here is the line for classrooms that were implementing Tools of the Mind. The gray line is the statewide average, and the green line are other classrooms within the district using another resource. And so here you see over this 4-year period, the tremendous improvement trajectory for students. As we think about how
Amy?
this,
Amy?
yes, yeah,
Are you sharing your screen?
I thought so, am I not? Hang on, let me get it shared. It's hard to look at blue and green lines if you can't see the screen. There. All right, is that better? Can you see it now?
We can.
Okay, sorry about that, everybody. So I'm just going to give you a quick look at that graph, just so you can see that trajectory in terms of improvement for the pre-K students. As we look at how this particular resource aligns with our priorities, one of the powerful ways that it does so is by investing in our teachers. This curriculum adoption would include a 2-year embedded professional learning process, as well as coaching and technical assistance, really putting those resources and focus in our most valuable resource in early childhood education, which is our educators. This is some research that was done that looks at teacher engagement. So they asked teachers in May if they were energized and ready to start the next school year. And we know that in May, our teachers have spent an entire year of giving all that they have to our students. But you see the Tools of the Mind teachers were much more engaged in May than the control group that they questioned. So this is an opportunity to really re-energize and support our staff and re-engage them. This is also a balanced and trajectory-based curriculum. So this is an opportunity for us to have a common language, common formative assessments, and a trajectory to provide that personalized instruction that our students need. We know where they're at on that trajectory, where we ultimately want them to be, and each of those steps in between, which allows us to differentiate that support and learning for each of our students. It also provides us with common assessment data that we can use to drive our PLC process and better serve our students. There are formative assessments that look at the quality of play, writing, executive function skills in all areas of development. It's aligned with our gold assessment system, which is the system that we use for state accountability, and really focuses on those core child development principles as well as current neuroscience research. In terms of partnering, there are some critical elements that are important for us. There's an online portal for families. So this is a tremendous resource at any time, but in particular, as we think about the possibility that we may be in e-learning, this will provide another support for our families. And when we are in the building, this provides an opportunity for families to engage in our classroom. So really bringing our parents along as partners to be part of that classroom, part of that learning. Another element that our curriculum team found was that this curriculum aligns with some of the work of our K-2 partners, thinking particularly around literacy and language development, explicitly teaching those letter sounds, mouth formation and sound mapping, as well as graphemes and writing process align with the work that's happening in our K-2 classrooms. And there's a strong emphasis on executive functioning with this particular curriculum that aligns with the teaming that's happening throughout our district. So here you can see what the program calls mediator cards, and this is how we help support preschoolers in developing those early independent partnering skills. So this particular one is the hand is for the person who's doing, and the check mark is for the person who's helping check and give feedback on that work. So even our 3 and 4-year-olds are starting to think that way as independent learners and in giving feedback to their classmates. Another key element of this particular curriculum is its investment in play. We know that research tells us that children learn best through play. There's lots of conversation about how that works, but what I love about this curriculum is it eliminates the need for us to have this conversation because it invests in the quality of play. We have that 60 minutes that's required and that we want to honor, and this gives us tools to help increase the quality of that play, to scaffold learning within there, and to provide a common language for our teachers to talk about how children are playing and what they're learning while they're playing. So this is a tremendous tool for our staff to continue to develop our skills and strengths through play-based learning. It's also a balanced approach. So this particular curriculum provides that support for play, but it also provides other opportunities throughout the day for child-centered but teacher-led learning through small group and large group opportunities. And there's a strong focus on those executive function skills. And that includes that traditional social emotional learning that we look for in all early childhood classrooms, but also focuses on working memory, partnering, persistence, and curiosity and creativity. So it provides critical support for the development of those executive function skills that will help our students be successful learners and successful beyond school. And finally, this is an opportunity for us to really address equity within our system. On the one hand, it provides us with that common language, common assessment, and common materials. But because it's child-centered, it allows us to provide that individual support and differentiation that our students need. We've done a thorough review process, including virtual meetings with lots of teachers who've been involved in this. We had planned to do site visits. Unfortunately, COVID gave us an opportunity to be creative. So we met with new teachers, experienced teachers, administrators, and talked through all of the practical pieces of the curriculum, as well as a review of the results and how it's working for their students in districts that are similar to us. So finally, the cost of this particular curriculum is here in the middle at $159,298 and 25 cents. And I just want to really talk about the return on that investment. That includes materials for all 15 classrooms. That includes 2 years of embedded professional learning coaching and technical assistance. access to all of those tools that we need, but it also has built in a sustainable implementation system. So while we're going through that professional learning, our teacher leaders, coaches, and specialists are also increasing their capacity. So after that time, when we have new staff that come, we'll be able to onboard those staff, provide ongoing support for teachers who are implementing, and do that independently within our program. It doesn't require the ongoing purchase of materials or workbooks or things of that nature. And it's comprehensive. So this particular curriculum covers all domains of learning in early childhood. So we won't be coming back in a year or two and saying, well, now we need a science curriculum, now we need a math curriculum. This addresses all of those learning domains, which is important from a resource perspective, but also because we are a part-day program, we have to be very efficient in terms of the delivery of our instruction, and tools provides that opportunity for us to have that in a comprehensive package. So based on all of this information and the research of our amazing curriculum team that I'd like to just really take a moment to thank for all of their hard work, I'll stop sharing my screen and see if there are any questions from the board.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. I just want to say that your needs analysis document that we saw attached to the board agenda was incredibly thorough, and we appreciate that. You addressed a lot of the items we often ask about, how this will be monitored and how you'll come back to us. So really appreciate you taking the time to fill that out. Looks like Ms. Schutz has a question.
And I was just going to say the same thing. We looked at this in L4L and just want to thank Amy again for the thoroughness in the presentation and the needs analysis. And one thing I want to say is, as a long-term board member, I don't remember when we've invested in preschool curriculum. So if we have in the current past few years, I'm not recalling it, but I think this is longer overdue. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from anyone else? I would agree, and I really appreciated the fact that play was an important part of this. Very happy to see that. So, all right, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, just thank you very much for your time.
Sure, you're welcome. All right, let me get back to the agenda here. So now we are at 6.7, the resolution for open enrollment for 2020-2021 school year. And I believe, let me move my item here, Dr. Dexter, yes.
Yes. All right, thank you and good evening. And we annually review the capacity of our special ed classrooms, and through the option enrollment process, we can adopt a resolution that would say we would deny option students into our special ed programs. And it's not that we are denying students with disabilities, it's just that the capacity of our programs is such that we couldn't take another student, and it would not be helpful to them to be able to come into programs that are already over capacity. So Mrs. Engel, Director of Special Education, reviews this annually. So it's not like we just say we're never going to open up our special ed programs, but we review it, and you can see what our program capacity is in the orange, what our projected enrollment is for next year, and then we just don't have any not much wiggle room anywhere. And so we're asking you tonight, and this is a resolution, so you'll be information and then it will be action, that you pass a resolution that we not accept students into our special ed programs through the option enrollment process. So questions?
Yes, does anybody have any questions? And again, just to make it clear for those who may be viewing the meeting, if a child is in the district, we obviously will accept them and provide the services that they need. This is just for those who are outside of the district that may want to opt in.
Correct.
All right, I don't see any questions. So we will move on then to 6.8, which is the Memorandum of Understanding for the School Resource Officers. Again, Dr. Dexter.
Okay, you will see in the first paragraph of the memorandum of understanding that we now have state statute that requires a school district and the organization that supplies our school resource officers to have a memorandum of understanding. We've always had one, and we've improved it over the years. This gave us an opportunity to really look at what the statute required. We involved Mr. Steele in crafting the memorandum of understanding. And the key points are that it really defines out who does what, and down to who's involved in the evaluation, what training. The state statute requires 20 hours of training for all of our SROs specific to school resource officer training. So that's was a really positive improvement. And we already have training scheduled for our SROs. It also requires that wherever the SRO is assigned, that building principal goes through the training as well. And so just so that we get on the same page, and the training that the state and then nationally is just really excellent training and really gets to specific, and even with the equity and the racism piece and the de-escalation techniques are really stressed in the training. So we're looking forward to that. And again, roles and responsibilities spelled out for what GIPS will do and what the city will do, mutual obligations, and this will be reviewed annually for any revisions. We did meet with our SROs, administrators, and GIPD, and dug into it, and we all had input into what this memo finished as. So we will ask that you accept this memo of understanding, and it is signed by the mayor and Mrs. Hinkle. Any questions on the memorandum of understanding?
Ms. Schetz.
I just want to say, I just want to point out that this is not a reactionary piece. This has been in the works for a long time. So I'm proud that Grand Island has this memorandum, and that we view our SROs as partners in the educational process, and not just given the tensions of late on the national scene, that this is not a reactionary thing, and that the focus on de-escalation and those type of techniques, I think we do a really good job and have a good partnership.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Dr. Brose.
Just a comment, and that is, having lived in another life within the district at one point, I think outlining who does what is a tremendous step in the right direction, so people know at the building level, what can I expect of the SRO? What can the SRO expect of me and the district? And I think that is just outstanding. The principals have to love that.
Mr. Barsanis.
And thank you, Heidi. I want to just voice what Heidi mentioned too. I think this is an important piece of, there's been so much research that we have done, locally, a lot of work that has been done. So it's not a disciplinary, it's not a reactionary. There's just so many things that go into it. So for all those that might be listening to it, I know it's a hot topic in the news, but definitely proud of how the progress of our officers are, how it's developed, how we've grown. And that this is not just has been a decision that was done in a whim. There's been a lot of work that has been done, a lot of relationships that have been built. So I just wanted to make sure we said that again. So thank you.
Mrs. Schetz, did you have another question? No. Okay. Just want to make sure. The only thing I would share, again, I really appreciate the effort that's been put into this. I know we've come a long ways and improved things greatly, and appreciate all the efforts on that. I did attend the NASB Board of Education information session yesterday afternoon. And one thing Colby Coash, who's the legislative committee chairperson or whatever his title is, I apologize if I got that wrong. He did indicate that he is starting to get questions from state senators about school resource officers and their role. And there have been some amplified discussions, and so we should be prepared for that. But I think we are well prepared with this document. So thank you. Any other questions or comments? No? All right. Thank you, Dr. Dexter. And you just keep going with all your hits, the 2020-2021 student handbook.
All right. And attached to the agenda is this year's handbook. And what we have a team that meets every year. We are a long-standing team. And so as we go through the year and we find things in the handbook that are inconsistent, or principals will say, hey, we need something to back us up in this area. And so we keep that in a folder, and then we start usually in January and start reviewing that and going through the handbook, and then make recommended revisions. Jack has been great about pulling together a very organized, easy to access handbook. And so I'm just going to go through very quickly the revisions that we're recommending. And these are just very basic: the welcome letter, adding gear up, really putting in the times of our different days at the different levels. And we will add Howard Elementary because that will be a full day preschool, and we'll have different times. We talk about add to lunch and open and close campuses. We need to add the wording here. We update the supply list every year. We'll update lunch prices, and that usually happens in July when we approve any increases in lunch prices. Attendance policy, we went from 90% to 95% that we expect students to be in attendance. The weapons and firearms is a policy that we revised. And so the term dangerous weapon includes any personal safety or security device such as tasers, mace, and pepper spray. Across the state and across the nation, more and more students are bringing pepper spray, mace, tasers, and are saying, well, it's to protect me. But more and more, we've been seeing these kinds of dangerous weapons used as a weapon. And so we are stating that a student shall not carry a personal safety or security device during the school day. So that will be added to the weapons and firearms policy. Student interviews, we as a policy committee, and you approved changes to the student interviews. Principals really had asked for this. They wanted more clear definition of who can come in and interview students, and what's the process to do that. So that will be included. Searches, seizures, and arrests, again, principals wanted to have that backup clarification in the handbook, so that will be revised. And then we need to add our district wellness policy to the handbook. And we don't add the whole policy. We put kind of a descriptor, couple of paragraphs, and then Jack has embedded the link to the actual policy. So we will continue to do that. Just one minor word change in procedure prior to suspension, and that we just add request. And then replace consequences for violations with the following narrative. The ADs at the middle school and the high school, and then our area ADs came together and reworked the consequences for actions against the or violations of the right to participate rule. And so the bottom line is that we on the consequences, it would say it had to be 5 days, or it had to be 7 or 14. And so we included that up to 5 days, up to 7, so that we had, based on the offense and what the student is and parents are willing to do to right the violation. So that was a change. And then our voluntary protection plan, worked with Corey on this. The replacement cost of a device and case is approximately $250. So we'll be making that change in the handbook. And those are the recommended changes for the student handbook for 2020-21. And so I'll bring that back to you in July for approval of the handbook. Any questions?
I appreciate the summary of all of it, because I'm sure we all needed extra time not to read the so
Yeah,
anybody have any
page to the front to go back?
Yeah. Anybody have any questions or comments? Okay, does not look like it. So we will move on. Thank you again. 6.10 is the LSI professional learning proposal. Mrs. Gannon.
Thank you, Mrs. Hinkle. I'll just be referring to the proposal that's linked in the agenda. And actually the next two agenda items are information items regarding professional learning supports for the 2021 school year. The goals and outcomes for both proposals are the same. Both of the professional learning proposals support the strategic plan pillar of empowering our educators to be instructional leaders. And we recognize that principals and teachers are major levers in achieving student success. And COVID-19 has reinforced the value of our principal leaders, and we need to engage in professional learning to identify and address equity and access to grade level standards for each student. So this proposal is a continuation of the demonstration Schools for Rigor work with a specific connection to strategic plan objective 1 and 4. This proposal outlines a professional learning plan with Learning Sciences International that develops the instructional leadership of campus principals and instructional coaches in the demonstration Schools for Rigor. An additional outcome of this work is that GIPS will deepen coherence and sustainability through a cohort model that will be led by the demonstration school principals. And they will be providing mentorship and support for all of our K-8 principals and instructional coaches in the district. The third component of this proposal addresses strategic plan success measure 2 by providing virtual professional learning on academic teaming to a cohort of teacher leaders. The goal of this professional learning is to deepen their understanding and improve the implementation of academic teaming into their daily lessons. And we definitely recognize the importance of SEL supports and the weight that those will carry in the fall. Academic teaming addresses SEL competencies as well as access to rigor needed to impact results. The success measures for this will be measured through trend walks conducted weekly by campus principals, rigor walks conducted 3 times a year by the L4L support teams. And these tools will measure the level of academic rigor and cognitive complexity of student work, as well as their level of engagement in academic teams. And then in addition, we will also continue to use MAP growth indicators to determine the level of academic growth and achievement. The fiscal impact of this proposal would be $135,485 from Title I funds, with an additional $29,900 for the virtual academic teaming that would come out of Title IV funds. Does the board have any questions regarding this first proposal?
And again, thank you very much for that very comprehensive needs analysis. It's very, very helpful. Anybody have any questions? Okay, doesn't look like it. So you can move to agenda item 6.11, the AAIS professional learning proposal.
Very good. Okay, so the second proposal is focused on the same outcomes as I mentioned previously. This proposal supports strategic plan objectives 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 by providing content-specific professional learning for 8th grade ELA and math teachers at BAR, as well as all staff at Grand Island Senior High, with a particular emphasis on supporting 9th grade ELA and math teachers. This professional learning will be facilitated by Dave Holden. Mr. Holden has developed strong relationships with BAR and Senior High, and he also leads work across the United States around the Academy Standard of Practice. His work will support the implementation of PLCs and Career Academy PLC development. In addition, Mr. Holden will develop the instructional leadership capacity of instructional coaches and principals to support the implementation of PLCs and the implementation of high-quality instructional practices. Success will be measured using trend walk data collected weekly by campus principals, rigor walks conducted 3 times a year by L4L support teams, and MAP data will also be used to determine the level of student academic growth. The fiscal impact of this proposal with AAIS would be $85,200 paid out of Gear Up funds and the L4L budget. Can I answer any questions about this proposal?
Anybody have any questions or comments? Doesn't look like it. Well, Mrs. Gannon, we just wanted to take a moment to recognize you. We know that you're moving on to a new position. We hate to lose you, but we're very, very grateful for all that you've done, and you've positioned us very well with staff development, and we wish you all the best in your new position.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I just want to say quickly, thank you so much to the board for all of your support over the years. Also to Dr. Grover and Dr. Palmer for their leadership. I mean, I truly attribute my readiness for the next step to both of them and their leadership skills. And then, of course, I don't have to tell you this, but your L4L support team is amazing. And I have so much enjoyed working with all of the directors and coordinators. Their knowledge and expertise is impressive. So thank you so much. I have thoroughly enjoyed my time at GIPS.
Well, thank you. Like I said, we're going to miss you, but we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we will move to agenda item 6.12, purchase of resources for integrated science 3 implementation. Mr. Phillips and Ms. Corvaros, and I just butchered your name and I so apologize.
That's okay. Thanks for the opportunity to present. I'm going to turn the reins over to Anya Covarrubias, who's the new K-12 science curriculum specialist. And she's hit the ground running, jumped right in with task force and new courses. So she's going to talk about the Integrated Science 3 course that will be implemented this year.
All right, thank you, Dan. Let me share my screen quickly. I actually was working with the Integrated 3 teachers this week. And so when Dan asked me to do this, I was really excited. So thank you, Dan, for the introduction, and good evening, Board of Education. I just have really been so excited just coming to Grand Island and knowing that there was an integrated approach to the science courses. As you can see, this curriculum is an exciting move away from maybe some of the high school science experiences that some of us had during high school. But still has the really rich content pieces needed to be successful. And just these added things like they're all project-based, they're all phenomenon-driven, they all have real-world experiences within each of the units. The earth science is integrated into each of the different content areas, and that's where the name integrated comes from. Most high schools around the state have to have a separate class for earth science, and then it's not required. And so there's always this really big situation with how do we get all of the standards in for students during their high school experience that are required. And so we have mapped out a way to do that, and we're really excited that they're standard based and that they are written in a way that encourages teaming and they're student led. And they're going to be very rigorous. I know that there was talk of concern moving to, that word integrated, but I think you'll be able to see that these are definitely going to be a challenge, and not necessarily rigorous meaning hard, but really just helping the kids be solution focused and problem solving. So in 2018, Integrated 1 was started at the Freshman Academy. And last year, we were able to get Integrated 2 biology off the ground. And just all year, Katie Ramsey and I have been working on this Integrated 3 chemistry course. And so excited to implement it in 2020. We are one of the only schools in Nebraska that is providing an integrated science experience, which is recommended by the national framework. These courses are also providing a blend ed experience for our students, and they're already using Canvas. They are designed to collect a body of evidence for each standard that really aligns with the tools that we are using here at GIPS. And students are able to present to community partners at the end of each unit on a project that they have done research on and done within a group. And so as a new science coordinator, I hope to, in the future, build our teachers' capacity and by having the students or the teachers be able to personalize these unit phenomena, these real world experience to better match the academies. Some of them are, you know, more of a biomedical focus, where some of them are more of an environmental focus. And so how can we, you know, build those teachers up to be able to switch those out, still teaching all the same standards, but allowing the different academies to have these different real world experiences. So I just wanted to give you a little snapshot of the course that we're doing for integrated 3 that we're of course proposing equipment for today. So unit 1 is this Chernobyl nuclear explosion, and you can see that even through the bullet points here, this is the chemistry that's involved in each of these. And so all of those content pieces that you would need to be successful in a college course in chemistry, instead of memorizing the content and not having it relate to anything, we're relating it to these really neat real world things that are happening within this like environmental earth science lens. And I'm just so excited for our students, and the teachers that I am training are really excited about the shift. I think they're slightly nervous, but after our training this week, I'm hoping that they're feeling really great about it. So I'll turn it back over to Dan to talk about where these integrated courses are going to be provided.
Thanks, Anya. And as Anya said, the reinforcement of a lot of our expectations within the academy are reinforced in here, the working with business partners. I was fortunate enough to take part in some of the presentations, and kids knocked it out of the park, just did a great job. The project-based, the real-world examples, so great opportunity for our kids. The other opportunity that this opens up is the ability to flex some space at the Wyandotte Learning Center and at Career Pathways Institute to move some science classes over to those 2 locations, which relieves some greatly needed pressure from senior high in terms of the science labs. So we'll be able to run several sections a day over at Career Pathways Institute and run the full schedule upon availability at Wyandotte Learning Center with the space that's available. Anya and Greg Schlegel have put together a very thorough, down to every beaker and everything that's needed, proposal of everything that's needed at Grand Island Senior High, at Wyandotte Learning Center, and at Career Pathways Institute to make this implementation take place. Another thing that allows with the addition of those classrooms over there is it'll help move us closer to our goal of getting the majority of students that are off-site to be able to fill up their schedule and have them spend the whole day off-site and then the opposite day up at senior high. So it'll really help with that academy purity and filling out the schedule for our students. And with that, I would open it up to any questions for Anya or myself.
Anybody have any questions? You got a well done from Mr. Barsonis. I would agree with that as well. Thank you for that information. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
All right, we will move to agenda item 6.13, purchase Canvas to be used as learning management system. Mr. Phillips.
Yes, thanks again for the opportunity. A few of the things that we've learned as we've gone through this academy design process, one of them was the focus and need to expand our blended and our true online courses. And so we've always had that component out there of what learning management system should we use. So we piloted, we started this process last fall, looking at different learning management systems. Majority of our staff have been using Google Classroom, which has a lot of good features. And then we had quite a few teachers that were using the free version of Canvas. So as we looked through that, we wanted to keep two priorities at the forefront of our research. One is that college and career readiness. And that's where Canvas really rose to the top because Central Community College will be transitioning to Canvas this fall. Wayne State already uses Canvas. The University of Nebraska system is all Canvas. So in terms of the courses that we'll be offering from a dual credit standpoint, our teachers will be using Canvas, and Canvas has a neat integration feature in it to where our teachers will not have to keep two different Canvas accounts. They can link their two accounts for the high school and for the college and have it done all within one, which is a great feature. So from the college preparedness standpoint, Canvas really is the way to get our kids well-versed in that platform and get them ready for their post-secondary experience. The other pillar that we wanted to base our research on was the student portfolio. And that was something initially our students had started using Google Sites for their portfolio, which worked well. The only thing that we couldn't get an answer from and didn't have a plan in place was how we would get that information that they compiled throughout all 4 years of high school on their own or on their Google site under their GIPS email, how we would get that then transferred over to their own personal emails. Canvas has a platform within it, a portfolio platform called Portfolium, which actually is a third-party vendor. So everything that the student does throughout their 4 years in high school will be documented and stored on their servers, which means that when the student leaves, all of that information, all of their documentation, all their historical portfolio from high school goes right along with them and is theirs for life at no cost. So really those two components were the deciding factor in going this way. We did have we're currently in a pilot process right now with Canvas, and we had about 30 teachers second semester that use Canvas throughout their classes. And really one of the things that was exposed during COVID was students in our special populations really struggled working in multiple platforms, going between Google Classroom in one class to Canvas in another. So we really wanted to kind of set that tone and know that every freshman and sophomore will be working in Canvas to do their portfolio. So it only made sense to make that our learning management system of choice and go 9 through 12 with Canvas. So we have a implementation plan that we've already started training. Dave Holden in his online design and development has switched his course over to Canvas. So our teachers are learning now in Canvas through him. And then Canvas has a tiered structure of professional development for teachers, ranging from self-guide videos that they can take themselves through it, all the way through provided professional development from Canvas. That's all part of this package that would be included. So through this summer, all of next school year and next summer, we'll meet teachers where they're at and provide them with the professional development and support that they'll need in order to get on board and have everybody on Canvas in the fall of 2021. So with that, I would answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Wolf, it looks like you have a question.
I am super pumped about this. And Mr. Phillips, like you were reading my mind the whole time you were talking, especially about the career and college readiness. I have had the opportunity as a master's student to work in Canvas, and I feel like it's just really, really user friendly compared to some of the other learning management systems. And it's the same on the instructor side as well. It's very, very user friendly. So like, I'm like sitting in my chair here going, yay! So I'm very excited.
All right, thank you. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Okay, it doesn't look like it. It sounds like it's a very good move. Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you.
All right, 6.14 is the renew the athletic training contract for the 2020, 2021 through 2026, 2027 with Grand Island Physical Therapy. Mr. Harden. Mr. Harden, if we're talking, I don't think we can hear you. At least I can't. Can anybody else? Okay.
No, I kind of like it this way.
There you go.
All right. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Well, that was exciting. Thank you, Jack. So this contract is literally word for word, the exact same contract we've operated under for the last 4 years. The new contract, as you can see, is for 7 years. That's because last year the legislature changed the statute on that limitation. We can now go out 7 years. So we put out a request for a proposal March 2nd, I think it was, and something else happened in March and we kind of lost communication on this. So we're just now bringing that to you. It's just information this evening. It is with Grand Island Physical Therapy. They have been providing the services for as long as I can remember. And you can see then on page 6 of 11, the prices for everything that they do for us that's outlined here. Very reasonable price to begin with, and only a 2% price increase on each of the 6 other years of the 7-year contract. So I believe they've already signed the document. And so next month we would present it to you for action. And then it is dated July 1 of 2020. So with that, I would conclude my comments.
Okay, anybody have any questions or comments? All right, it does not look like we do, so we will move on to 6.15, which is the board racism, excuse me, let me say that again, board racism resolution. And I would just like to start this by saying that today I had the opportunity to be on the radio with Dr. Grover, and I reminded everyone that every student, every day success has been our mission statement from the early 2000s. And this is what you're going to hear from us tonight is a reaffirmation of what we believe, but also a call to action, I believe. So we are going to read a resolution. Each of the board members will take a section, and I will start. So whereas Grand Island Public Schools' mission of every student, every day success and its embedded student commitments states we are working for every student without exception, and Mr. Brown.
Hold it.
Okay.
Which section? Next one? Whereas GIPS has formally adopted a strategic plan. Is that what? Strategic plan with equity embedded throughout all objectives and student success measures, including one objective entirely devoted to equity. And
whereas GIPS believes education is the great equalizer.
Dr. Bros, I think we're having difficulty hearing you.
Oh, well, let me try it again.
There you go.
Whereas GIPS believes education is the great equalizer of all races from all.
We lost you again, Dr. Bros. I think you're on mute. So can you try it again? We didn't hear the last part of it, and I think this is an important one.
Yes, it is.
Can you face the mic when you're reading?
Yeah, try.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Whereas am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are.
All right. All right. Whereas GIPS believes education is the great equalizer for all students, all races, from all socioeconomic levels, from all cultural backgrounds, and with all
I still don't think we heard it. I apologize. Would you like me to restate it for you, or do you want to try one more time?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So whereas GIPS believes education is the great equalizer for all students of all races, from all socioeconomic levels, from all cultural backgrounds, and with all kinds of challenges. And because of this, we are dedicated to eliminating racial injustice at all levels and in all areas of our district. And
whereas GIPS is dedicated to providing early learning experiences for all children, including the most vulnerable children in our community, because we know early childhood education can make the largest long-term impact on all our students' education and lifelong career success. And
whereas GIPS has invested in elementary education, both in and out of the classroom, to provide learning for all students, particularly those without access to before and after school learning opportunities, so as to offer enriching activities to all children. And
whereas GIPS helps middle school students and families acquire early awareness of post-secondary potential with the assistance of our Gear Up Promise program to create highly effective learners motivated to graduate from high school and achieve success in college and career.
And whereas GIPS has launched the Academies of Grand Island Senior High to create small learning communities based on student interests where they are seen, supported, and connected, creating a level playing field by giving students of all walks the same chance to earn scholarships, internships, apprenticeships, and other college and career readiness experiences. And
whereas GIPS recognizes the value of training our staff on culturally responsive teaching practices and have implemented initiatives to diversify our staff, such as the Path Back program, to encourage our students to come back to GIPS to teach when they finish college. And
whereas GIPS this past year began the task of conducting empathy interviews with students, staff, and community members to gain a better understanding of the unique perspective of different races in order to make better decisions from a district level on equity.
therefore, we as a United Board of Education resolve to rededicate ourselves to the actions outlined above for every student, every day, a success, because we know they are the best defense we can provide our children against the racial injustice they face, and reinforce our belief all students can learn and deserve equitable access to high quality learning experiences, and recognize, even as we acknowledge all these things, we must do more to address our individual and district-wide biases, to truly commit GIPS to anti-racism and eliminating racial injustice where it exists in our district, while continuing to prioritize equity in all aspects of our actions. So thank you to all the Board of Education members for rededicating yourselves to this effort. and to all of our staff that helps us make this a possibility. We had an equity meeting earlier today, and just very proud of our district, but we do have a lot of work to do. All right. We will move on to 6.16, the construction update. Mr. Petch.
Thanks, Mrs. Hinkle. Working on the stadium still. Finishes are pretty well done. They're cleaning up our the west side stadium. So we'll do a punch list here hopefully next week. What that means is we'll be getting close to being occupiable on that side. Still putting a lot of time on the east side. A lot of time to make up. Weather hasn't really been a big factor, so let's just kind of keep our fingers crossed and knock on wood while I can. The alternate will be a little bit behind, just an FYI for the group. So when and if we have our first football game, I don't think we'll be using the under level locker room at that point in time, but that locker room's used for our visitors, so that's too bad. I guess I'll have to dress on the bus. But we'll push to get it done still this fall. One thing, the kind of a note, not great news, but we are having some issues with the track subsurface. We've got some soil issues along with the track itself being almost 20 years old. So more than likely, we're going to have to invest some money to get a new asphalt surface and with that existing track. So not great news. We are getting close to the scoreboard installation though. That's all moving forward. We expect to have the materials delivered here in July, so that we'll have that kind of important piece that we popped in really kind of towards the end. It's a big piece, so we're happy with how things are moving forward with that. Kind of with that, I'm going to stop there. I'll answer any questions you might have. We are pretty busy with projects around the rest of the district, and all's going well.
All right. Ms. Wolf, do you have a question or comment, or is that?
I have a question. I was just curious what the typical life of a track is in this day and age.
Great question. I asked that too, and they told me it depends on your subgrade circumstances. In our case, we've had a lot of water that has been right underneath it, and what happens is that extra water that eats away at the bottom of the track. And so you start with a 5-inch base, and by the time you get to where we are right now, you end up with less than 4 inches. And so with all the activity that has to take place, one of those is actually taking heavy trucks over it. It ruins that surface and pushes it down. So I wish that someone would have tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Hey, Dan, asphalt tracks last for 20 years, and after that, you'll probably need a new one." But we went pretty fast on this. Did not see that coming. Apologize to the group, but we're gonna just keep moving forward. You don't know what exactly it's going to look like, so you're guessing. And so, what happened was that the track installation team did their demolition of the existing track, and then that's what showed us what we had underneath there, and it was not good, and so we're going to have to remedy the situation.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anybody have any other questions for Mr. Petch? Okay. If not, then we will move to agenda item 6.17, which is the superintendent report. Dr. Grover. And Dr. Grover, I think you might still be on mute. No, we're not hearing you.
Try unplugging your microphone, Dr. Grover, and plugging it back in. I know if the great Corey Gerhardt was here to help, that's what he would tell you to do.
Is that better?
That worked.
Oh, wow. Look at Jack. A little spark for tonight. Thank you. All right. So I'll try that again. First of all, I do want to acknowledge the Board of Education for your proposed adoption of the resolution that was presented tonight. I do believe that it gives us the opportunity to address racial equity by using education as the equalizer that you described. As we move forward with the resolution, I know many of the conversations that I've heard is about what's going to be different and what is the actions that people are actually taking behind the resolutions. You have certainly set an expectation for us, as well as given us the permission to address racial injustice within our system. I want to provide you a little update that somewhat reflects your actions that you have already taken that supports the resolution that you are proposing to adopt tonight. Right now, our strategic plan, we're just finishing up 3 years of it. And in spite of COVID, it looks as if we have already completed 72% of our strategic plan. Early childhood, we, over the last 3 years, I had Pat to run the numbers for us. We have increased the number of students that we serve by over 25%. And we know that we're going to add even more seats with the new expanded grant that we have with early childhood education. Over the last 4 years, we have doubled the number of students participating in expanded learning opportunities, which includes before and after school programs. And we have lifted the academic level with approaching academics such as STEM through our STEM Makerspace and SEL for their social emotional support through programs like Power Camp. And this summer, through our virtual summer school, we have now expanded access to all of our students. The Gear Up grant provided us $13.6 million to support early awareness for college and career opportunities. With the academies this year, we went from 47 dual credit classes. We'll be going to 69 next year. That is a huge increase. We have taken away the burden of cost from our families for dual credit classes by advocating on their behalf and collaborating with our university partners. As you mentioned, our equity framework, our team has been working diligently, and they have been very responsive to understanding that the plan should address the needs of the students within our district. And we look to bring it for your approval in July. As a staff, we can attest to your commitment for every student, every day, a success. And we will continue to work under your guidance to work to honor your commitment to anti-racism and eliminating racial injustice. Thank you so much for your leadership. Our students are very fortunate to have you at the helm. Tomorrow, we will release a video that provides reassurance to our students of our commitments. Please pay attention to our social media outlets as well as our district website for the video. As we think about going into fall, we're certainly taking into consideration all the impact that we know that's been had for our staff as well as our students. We are continuing to work on our models for the fall. The goal is to get back to school in the traditional setting. We know that there's still a lot to learn. And so we will be asking our parents to answer some questions next week. We'll be sending a survey home to further inform our decision making as our design teams are working so hard each and every day to make sure that we're prepared for our students when they return. We still have our eyes on our North Star, and that is students who thrive. Thank you so much for all of your leadership and your support during these times. That concludes my report for tonight.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. That was good information for us to hear. I guess I'd like to open it up to any board members at this time if there's any additional comments you want to make about our resolution or Dr. Grover's op-ed in the paper earlier this week or anything. Okay, we will keep moving along. We will move to action items now. 7.1 is the SREB Clean Energy Curriculum Adoption for Alternative Energy Pathway. Mr. Phillips, anything you want to share or update us on from what you shared at our last meeting?
No, Alex Chemnitz is hit the ground running with training. He's currently going through the training right now, so it's off and running.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions that anybody has? Mr. Brown?
I would move to approve the purchase of curriculum resources to support alternative energy courses as presented.
Second.
Second, Ms. Wolf. Any discussion? All right. Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsanes,
Yes.
Dr. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Zink,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Mrs. Wolf.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you. 7.2 is the renewal Edmonton contract, also Mr. Phillips. Again, anything that you want to share with us or an update from last month?
No, just that as we look at potential options for a virtual option, this will be a great opportunity to utilize for those students that may need a truly virtual environment. The success rate of the pilot for our virtual academy with our seniors that were involved, that was tremendous. So we have a lot of momentum and some good things to build on.
All right, thank you. Anybody have any questions or comments? Or anyone? Mr. Brown?
I would move to approve the funds to renew the Edmonton contract for the 2020-2021 school year as presented.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mrs. Albers. Any discussion? All right. Dr. Dexter, again, will you please take the roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsanes,
Yes.
Dr. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Zink,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you. 7.3 is the CKLA Core Knowledge Language Arts Resource Adoption, Mrs. Bills. Anything that you need to share in addition to what we heard last month?
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you. I would just like to share with you that I have been working with our rep from Amplify. Since we do have the CKLA skills adoption going, we have this pilot, and we do actually have some schools that were interested in Amplify reading. We have a number of products that we'll be looking at with them, and so it talked to them about discounts that they could offer us. And so I would like to share with you that we will be looking at a discount, an additional discount on this pilot, in addition to the $53,000 that Amplify will be giving us for materials. And also I'm excited to share that just with the CKLA skills adoption alone, we are saving $44,823 through discounts and materials that Amplify has given us. So they've been a wonderful partner to us, and I look forward to continuing to work with them. So thank you.
Thank you. We always like to hear that. Discounts are a good thing. Mrs. Schutz.
I would move to approve the CKLA resources as presented.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Brown. Any discussions? Any questions? All right. Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call vote?
I'm sorry, I missed the made by Mrs. Schutz. Who's second?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown. All right. And roll call is Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsanes,
Yes.
Dr. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Zink,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, thank you. 7.4 is the amendment to the school transportation agreement. Mr. Harden, anything new you need to share with us on this?
Nothing new, just a quick reminder that this is just a one-year extension and really only due to COVID-19. We intend to go out for requests for proposals next year as we would have this year without the pandemic.
All right. Mr. Barsanis.
Make a motion to approve the amendment to the 2020-2021 transportation agreement.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Brown. Any discussion? Nope. Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers?
Yes.
Mr. Barsanis?
Yes.
Dr. Bros?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. Zink?
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz?
Yes.
Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. Thank you. Moving along to 7.6, the Pepsi agreement. Mrs. Wells, any additional information we need to know before we take a vote?
Nope, I think we are all set and ready to go for fall sports at the stadium. We're going to serve lots of Pepsi this fall.
All right. Does anybody have any questions or want to make a motion? Mr. Barsanis.
Make a motion to approve the Pepsi agreement as presented.
And is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mrs. Inc.
Yeah.
Any discussion? All right. Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers?
Yes.
Mr. Barsanis?
Yes.
Dr. Bros?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. Zink?
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz?
Yes.
Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Mrs. Hinkle, sorry to interrupt. Point of order on the agenda. We skipped an agenda item. I think we have to go back and do agenda item 7.5, the 403B plan.
Yes. Those less exciting ones I just kind of ignore. I'm sorry.
Ouch.
Thank you, Mr. Harden. 7.5 is GIPS 403B plan modifications. Anything additional that you need to share with us?
Not really, just a reminder. It just allows us in the future then to have employees who still work for us and are at age 59 and a half. They can take withdrawals from their account while they still work for us. So just to enhance the program, make it more attractive for our employees to participate.
All right. Thank you very much. And I apologize for missing it. Mr. Barsanis.
Make a motion to approve 403B plan changes as presented.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Second, I think I heard Mrs. Albers. Any discussion? Dr. Dexter, will you please call the roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers?
Yes.
Mr. Barsanis?
Yes.
Mr. Bros? Dr. Bros, sorry. He said yes. Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. Zink?
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz?
Yes.
Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. So now we will go to 7.7, which is the contract renewal for the Employee Assistant Program. Mr. Stelk, any additional information we need?
Nothing additional to add, no.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? I think Ms. Wolf, I saw.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, you can't be on all of them for the voting. I'd motion to approve the renewal contract with Wholeness Healing as presented.
And Mr. Brown, will you make the second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers?
Yes.
Mr. Barsanis?
Yes.
Dr. Bros?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. Inc?
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz?
Yes.
Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. 7.8 is the GIPS South subdivision. Mr. Petch.
Thanks for not skipping me, Mrs. Hinkle. This is a little important. I actually got a little timelier when they were trying to get a permit for our school board. So I don't have any other information other than good timing. And if you have any questions, I'll answer those for you.
Mr. Barsanis.
Make a motion to approve the subdivision with the city to replat the stadium property for the identified lots and utility location as presented.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Brown seconded. Any discussion? Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsanis,
Yes.
Dr. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Inc.,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Now we are at 7.9, the resolution for the option enrollment 2021 that we just heard about earlier tonight. Did anybody have any additional questions for Dr. Dexter? Okay, if not, whoever makes the motion, you will need to read the recommended motion in its entirety, since this is a resolution. Mrs. Schutz.
Okay, I would move that whereas Nebraska Revised Statute 79-238, reissue of 2014, requires the Board of Education of Grand Island Public Schools, hereafter the district, to adopt by resolution specific standards for acceptance and rejection of enrollment options applications. And whereas the specific standards for acceptance and rejection of enrollment option applications shall be determined by setting the maximum number of option students the district will accept in any program, class, grade level, or school building based upon available staff, facilities, projected enrollment of resident students, projected number of students with which the district will contract based on existing contractual arrangements, and availability of appropriate special education programs. And whereas pursuant to 79-238, the Board of Education has determined the maximum number of enrollment options applications the district may accept for the 2019-2020 school year. That should be 2020-2021, I believe. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education of Grand Island Public Schools, Grand Island, Nebraska as follows. Number one, the maximum number of enrollment option applications for special education students the district will accept is limited as set forth in the attachment, which shows current program capacity, projected enrollment, and number of special education option students who may be accepted at certain schools within the district adopted by the Board of Education of Grand Island Public Schools, Grand Island, Nebraska on this 11th day of June.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Brown. Any discussion? Please, or Dr. Dexter, will you please call the roll call vote?
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsanis, Dr. Rose,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Inc.,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you. The last action item, which I'm sure Dr. Dexter is very happy for, is 7.10 board racism resolution, which we just read earlier. I would need a motion, and again, if someone could read the recommended motion in its entirety, once again, just to reinforce our rededication to this. Do I have a motion?
I got it.
Mr. Barsanis.
Make a motion to accept the resolution number 202000611_02, a resolution to truly commit GIPS to eliminating racial injustice wherever it exists in our district while continuing to prioritize equity in all aspects of our actions. Whereas Grand Island Public Schools' mission of every student, every day, a success, and its embedded student commitments, it states we are working for every student without exception. And whereas GIPS has formally adopted a strategic plan with equity embedded throughout all objectives and student success measures, including one objective entirely devoted to equity. And whereas GIPS believes education is the greatest equalizer for all students of all races, from all socioeconomic levels, from all cultural backgrounds, and with all kinds of challenges. And because of this, we are dedicated to eliminating racial injustice at all levels and in all areas of our district. And whereas GIPS is dedicated to providing early learning experiences for all children, including the most vulnerable children in our community, because we know early childhood education can make the largest long-term impact on all students' education and lifelong career success. And whereas GIPS has invested in elementary education, both in and out of the classroom, to provide learning for all students, particularly those without access to before and after school learning opportunities, so as to offer enriching activities to all children. And whereas GIPS helps middle school students and families acquire early awareness of post-secondary potential with the assistance of our GIRA Promise program to create highly effective learners motivated to graduate from high school and achieve success in college and career. And whereas GIPS has launched the Academies of Grand Island Senior High to create small learning communities based on student interest where they are seen, supported, and connected, creating a level playing field by giving students of all walks the same chance to earn scholarships, internships, apprenticeships, and other college and career readiness experiences. And whereas GIPS recognizes the value of training our staff on culturally responsive teaching practices and have implemented initiatives to diversify our staff, such as the Path Back program to encourage our students to come back to GIPS to teach when they finish college. And whereas GIPS this past year began the task of conducting empathy interviews with students and staff and community members to gain a better understanding of the unique perspective of different races in order to make better decisions from a district level on equity. Therefore, we as a United Board of Education resolve to rededicate ourselves to the actions outlined above for every student, every day a success, because we know they are the best defense we can provide our children against the racial injustice they face, and reinforce our belief all students can learn and deserve equitable access to high quality learning experiences, and recognize, even as we acknowledge all of these things, we must do more to address our individual and district-wide biases to truly commit GIPS to anti-racism and eliminating racial injustice wherever it exists in our district, while continuing to prioritize equity in all aspects of our actions. Adopted by the Board of Education of Grand Island Public Schools, Grand Island, Nebraska, on this 11th day of June, 2020.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Second, Mrs. Gordermaker, correct? Okay. Any discussion? Dr. Dexter, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Albers?
Yes.
Mr. Barsonas?
Yes.
Dr. Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. Inc?
Yes.
Mrs. Gordermaker?
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle?
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz?
Yes.
Ms. Wolf?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Congratulations, everyone. Thank you. All right, we will move into the committee reports. We're almost to the finish line. 8.1 is the Finance and Facilities Committee. Mr. Brown.
Thank you. I'll be reporting from minutes from June 2nd. We reviewed a lot of things that we've already talked about this evening, either in the action items or the information. So I'll just highlight the things that were not included. We did get an update on the IT. We have some upgrades to the servers. Kind of need those now, I think. We reviewed a lot of the funds, the depreciation, special building, general funds. Also looked at federal programs. All of the contracts that we had already this evening being presented or approved, again, talked about those. Got the project update from Mr. Petch, as you heard this evening. And look, actually had the curriculum, the pre-kindergarten curriculum as well. We did have an update from Mr. Harden on the COVID-19 financial impact. And so I know we'll have more information in the near future to probably share with that. But again, we're looking at the cost of the district from this event that's started in March. That's really all the items that we didn't cover. That's not been on the agenda this evening. So with that, I conclude my report. Our next meeting will be Tuesday, June 23rd at 7:30.
Thank you very much.
It says location to be determined. We'll see.
There you go. 8.2 is the Leading for Learning Committee at Mrs. Gordemaker.
I'm reporting minutes from the June 5th Zoom meeting. We heard from Mrs. Richards about the preschool adoption of the tools for the mind. Dr. Dahl also updated the committee on some of the program evaluations that he's working on. Mr. Phillips updated us on Canvas, which we heard about tonight. We heard about some science classroom funds that they were talking about for Wyandotte. We heard about the LSI Year 4 proposal, and we got to hear from Dr. Tom Jack from the first time, which was super exciting to meet her. The AAIS, which is the American Alliance for Innovation, Gear Up proposal. Dr. Palmer presented the proposal for continuing the professional learning, which we heard about tonight with David Holden, to support implementation of the Academy standards of practice. We heard an update on the Grapple Institute, as well as the David Holden remote learning plan for middle school. Dr. Palmer outlined all the different types of summer school, which there are a lot, and really exciting opportunities that we have for some of the kiddos in for summer learning. We also heard about from NDE that the ACT writing will not be part of the fall makeup, and that all districts will be able to select from September 22nd or October 6th dates. And then we heard some Academy updates, and that's all I have.
All right, thank you very much. Personnel Committee, Mrs. Inc.
Okay, the Personnel Committee met on June 4th. We received a staffing study update from DMG on a very high level. We reviewed the Employee Assistance Program renewal contract. We received an update on the Classified Annualized Pay Program. Enrollment in the Annualized Pay Program has concluded with 84 classified staff electing annualized pay, which is about a 40% increase over last year. Last year was the inaugural year for that program. 2 positions that were approved in the 2020-2021 staffing plan, changing the registered dietitian from a 10 to a 12-month position and adding a district custodial supervision to the warehouse coordinator are being implemented this summer, 2.5 months early due to the need for increased planning and preparation for the reopening of schools this fall. Let's see. We have a tentative date for a certified contract cancellation for July 16th. The retiree recognition happened virtually yesterday, and I'm unfortunately wasn't able to be a part of that, but I think it was a rousing success. Staffing update. Certified staffing, the district has issued 76 certified probationary contracts for the 2020-2021 school year. 7 positions remain to be filled. And we have received a request to be released from a contract from a 3rd grade teacher at GIPS. The status of that is pending finding a suitable replacement. Classified staffing, HR, Human Resources is recruiting to fill several classified vacancies: custodians, migrant education facilitator, and IT technician, and technology assistants. In administrative staffing, the teammates director, final interviews are currently being completed. Executive assistant to the superintendent, human resources continuing to screen candidates for the position. The Dodge Elementary assistant principal, Cassie Blaze, has accepted the position. And the Gear Up Family College and Career Financial Specialist applications are being accepted. Our next meeting is July 2nd at 7 a.m. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much. 8.4 is the policy committee, Mrs. Schutz.
Policy committee met on June 8th via Zoom. We heard Dr. Grover presented the race resolution that we just approved to us then. Let's see, we reviewed the student handbook that Dr. Dexter went over with us, the resolution for option enrollment students as well. Policy 8560, participation in activities, and 8650.1, the guidelines that go along with that. Couple changes to the guidelines and permissions, mainly due to reference the pandemic situation on the consent form, just some guidelines and things there. That'll come before the board. 7190, the district wellness policy. This went to the parent group for their review and back to us. So most of the things if you ever looked at it, it's a really, really long policy. So they took out a lot of the references to resources. Some of those are outdated. There's a place on the grid that employees can use to reference those resources. 2215 on board membership and 2311 on board member vacancies. Looked at those again and made just a couple adjustments, and those will go back to the governance committee to review again. We're trying to align all those policies. 3210, qualifications and duties of the superintendent. This one we're just looking, or this is going to go back to we're waiting for board governance to draft the job description, and then we will again work on aligning those policies with practice and the descriptions. The policy 3211, superintendent. This is just an old policy that needed to be deleted. It doesn't pertain anymore. 3212, superintendent evaluation. Again, one that we're working with the governance committee back and forth on. Let's see. Public hearing next month on the mandatory policies that have to come before the board. Open for public viewing. 8312, excessive absenteeism. 8455, bullying and harassment. 8820, student fees, and 9110, parental access to educational policies. And I believe we will be meeting, my next meeting date is July 20th. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. 8.5 is the governance committee, and I'll give an update on that. We met June 1st via Zoom. We talked a lot about the purpose of the governance committee, which was embedded into the policy on standing committees, which we saw in the consent agenda tonight. We talked about the process for board appointments, and we had some very, very good discussions. We have a draft of an updated application that we're reviewing. We talked about what questions to ask and how we can make the process a little less intimidating and maybe a little more streamlined. And so we have a list of those, and we'll review them again in the next meeting, but they are out on the board committee folder if you want to take a look at those. And then we are going to continue to enhance a rubric that goes along with the questions that we're asking so that we can have a very robust evaluation. And we have considered having when we have a vacancy, shortly after we know of it, establish a date for a boot camp. So any interested individuals can come to that boot camp or workshop. It's much like the one that we did earlier this year. And then, they can make their decision as whether to not fill out the applications. And so making a lot of good progress on that, but it has taken some time. So it's delayed our review on some other items, but we're still on schedule with the timeline that we set up for a lot of different items. Again, take a look at all the information out there. It's rather exciting. And our next meeting will be July 6th at 5:30 p.m. via Zoom. All right. 8.6 is the Public Relations and Partnership Development Committee, Mr. Barsonis.
Alrighty, thank you. We met June 5th, and there's via Zoom, and there's quite a bit of that has already been touched on. We started on what are we hearing from the community, and again, there was a lot of excitement that we hear from what is happening over the summer learning opportunities, as well as people and families really appreciative and thankful for the nutrition services team and all everything that they're doing for feeding our kiddos. Spent time talking about COVID-19 communications, especially because we got the weight room open and how that was going to work. There was a lot of work that went into that and protocols put in place to allow kids to start going back into getting conditioned and just having somewhat of a playing level field. And I know that the next day we got an email from Mrs. Wells saying the kids were doing great. And I've driven a couple of times through the high school and I've seen the kids out and about working out, and it seems to be going all right. Also, we spent time talking about the op-ed to the Independent from Dr. Grover on June 7th, which at least from the group of contacts that I have and that I saw, it received very good reviews, and I'm very thankful for that information. We spent time talking about the racial tensions. We spent time talking about what the response would be. We knew that we needed to have a response. We wanted to be wise, and we spent a lot of time and work on that and talking about it tonight as well. And we continue to work on how GIPS continues to do professional development around implicit bias and what we can do better. The retirement recognition, again, if you saw it on social media or you saw it, there was a lot of good reviews. Thank you for all the work that went into that. Jack gave us a State of the Academies. The new publication will honor the first year of the Academies of Grand Island Senior High and the Academy Advisory Boards. Spent a little bit of time talking on the production of the new Memorial Stadium scoreboard and that it's on track. And also Ms. Worthington gave us an update on Nebraska Children and Family Support that will continue to support the work of GIPS outside of the classroom, funding the Jumpstart 6 again this year, a transition for a program for 5th graders going into 6th grade. And that funding will continue, as well as the Center of Excellence as a program that will help GIPS continue the makerspace work. Our next meeting will be July 7th. And with that, I conclude my report.
All right, thank you very much. 8.7 is the Grand Island Public Schools Foundation report, Mrs. Albers.
The foundation received approximately 900 applications for 335 teacher, staff, and administrators for the 2020 Teacher Staff Member Administrator of the Year. The awards will be announced at the back to school ceremony. And again, the corporate sponsor is First National Bank. At the June 17th meeting on Wednesday, the foundation will be reviewing recommendations for the Teacher of the Year, the Miller Legacy Scholarship, and transitioning the Career Pathways Dual Credit Scholarship Program to a grant program for dual credit for students attending the Adams Street campus, and the amended Jack Jeffries Memorial Scoreboard Agreement that we heard about tonight. The foundation will also review the process for the 2020 scholarship program, just the statistics and the feedback from reviewers, and just how, and an integrity audit for how the scholarship application process went this year. Again, the foundation was named a 4-star charity by Charity Navigator. That is their 7th year in a row for that. And the foundation will be participating in Go Big Give on July 7th with both General Campaign and Memorial Stadium Campaign. If you haven't given, please take advantage of the staff campaign or Give GIPS Week. This would be a great opportunity for you to give and to support our students and staff. There will not be a foundation meeting in July.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 8.8 is the GNSA Legislative Committee report, Mr. Harden.
Thank you, Mrs. Hinkle. Nothing new to report. It's hurry up and wait until it's July 20th when the legislature comes back in session. We do continue to meet every week. Actually, we're meeting twice a week. We meet once on Wednesday mornings to talk about COVID-19 related issues. And then we meet Fridays at 2 talking about legislative issues. So there's still things to talk about and we're active, but I guess nothing of substance to report out. So with that, I would finish my comments.
Okay, thank you. 8.9 is the NASB monthly update, which is attached to the agenda. But I did just want to go over a few quick things from yesterday's meeting with NASB as well. While we were here meeting, I saw an email come through that they worked with a joint statement on the events of the nation right now with regards to racism. It was in a coordination with NSEA and then the NSCA, and so all three organizations. And so it will also be posted on their website. They just wanted to make sure everyone knew that with regards to COVID, the U.S. Senate held a testimony on schools reopening on June 10th, and Matt Bloomstead was participated for Nebraska Department of Education, which was very good. And then they are putting together a guide to help schools with reopening. And they talked about how all of us, I thought this was very telling, and I know this, Dr. Grover and your staff have felt like this, that planning for reopening is like putting puzzles with pieces of all the same color together. And you don't have anything to look at, you just have to do your best. They talked about different schools. There are some schools that have already having in-person summer school. They are having kids wear masks as well as the teachers, and they're taking temperatures. So people are moving forward. They have posted a letter from Senator Sass and Fisher on the website asking them to support full funding of special education this year. And some of us that went to Washington, D.C. at the end of January, beginning of February, we know that when we went to senators and asked them to consider that, we kind of heard, nah, never mind, it's not going to happen. But Colby Coash shared that because of COVID-19, there does seem to be some momentum and that there is some possibility that may actually happen this year. However, the bill is currently in Senate and on hold there. The legislative committee meeting will be in July, and I'm sure Mrs. Albers will be attending. They would like proposals from anyone. So if anybody has an idea for a proposal, be sure to let us know. The legislative committee can review it, and then Mrs. Albers can take it for us. They wanted to share that June 5th, the State Board of Education met to talk about the waivers of requirements since kids were not in school. However, they did not yet take action on those waivers, and they took it under an advisement. So still don't have direction on that. Their conference planning committee meeting will take place next week virtually. And as of now, they believe that in November, we will have the state conference, but they are just like with opening of schools, coming up with lots of different options. And speaking of that, I did see that the CUBE conference, which is regarding equity, we got an email today that it will be virtual this year. So I would encourage all of you to consider attending that event. July 27th, Marcia Herring will be putting on a virtual webinar for Board of Education candidates for non-incumbents, and it's a free webinar. And so we'll want to maybe encourage the people we know we have running. And everyone was asked to fill out the survey. It's a one-question survey, so if you have not yet done that, please do so. It just asks you whether or not you're connected to agriculture in any way. And the last thing I wanted to share was that they shared that there are 2 books that are very good as we're talking about our equity. They may be things that we want to consider having a book study for as a Board of Education. One is titled How to Be an Anti-Racist, and the other is White Fragility. So I wanted to plant that seed tonight, and then when we meet on our board retreat, maybe we can have a quick discussion if that is a book study that we would all like to do together. And they also, one more thing, and I apologize, and then I'll be done. They mentioned there was a question and answer section, and a lot of school districts are struggling with how they're going to handle their extra standard or extra duty contracts this year, because we don't know what activities will be held going forward. So I think they're looking for some guidance from the state on that. All right. Any questions on that, or anybody else that attended that wants to share anything? Okay. Item number 9 is the executive session for the purpose of discussing superintendent contract, administrative and classified compensation and benefits in real estate, because it is in the best interest of the public to discuss these matters in closed session. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion for the board to convene to executive session for the purpose of discussing the superintendent contract, administrative and classified compensation and benefits, because it is in the best of interest of the public to discuss this matter in closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Barsonis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Brown. Any discussion? Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call?
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsonis,
Yes.
Dr. Bros,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Inc.,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordermaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. All right. So Board of Education members, you'll need to disconnect from this Zoom call, take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 9 o'clock on the executive session link that Dr. Grover sent to us earlier. And then we will rejoin this Zoom call when we reconvene. Right,
I
thank
do
you.
not have an address on that Zoom invitation from Dr. Grover. It's just a calendar invitation, but I don't have a Zoom number.
It just got sent.
It's there.
Got it now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Mrs. Hinkle.
Yes.
If you all are going to want to have discussion after you go over my evaluation, you may want to set up another Zoom.
I don't
you
think
want.
we'll,
Okay.
yeah, I don't think we're going to need to. So
Okay. All right. Thank you.
thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Do.
So we have all the Board of Education members. Mr. Sheard and Dr. Dexter, are you back with us?
Yes, Robin is.
Jack is also here.
Okay. I think we are ready then. So let me get back to the agenda. Agenda item number 10 is to reconvene from executive session. I will need a motion.
I move that we reconvene from executive session.
Okay, Dr. Bros, a second.
Second.
Second, I think I heard Mr. Barsanis. Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll?
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsness,
Yes.
Dr. Bros,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Inc.,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Agenda item 11 is approval of any action deemed necessary as a result of executive session. And we do have some to vote on. So Mr. Brown, will you please read the first one? Or can we do them? Can we do them all three at the same time? Or do we have to do them one by one?
We do them one by one, but it's going to take me a little bit because I have to add the motion. So
Okay,
if you can hold on just a minute.
sure, we will wait.
Okay. Okay. What's your first motion?
The superintendent.
Okay.
I'm doing them in the order that Virgil had them in the email.
Okay.
Do you want me to forward the email to you?
No, I've got it.
Okay.
So go ahead and read it.
All right. I move that the Board of Education approve a 3.24% total package increase for the superintendent for the 2020-2021 fiscal year as presented.
And is there a second?
Second.
Second, Dr. Bros. Any discussion? All right. Dr. Dexter, please call the roll.
Okay. Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsness,
Yes.
Dr. Bros,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Absolutely, yes.
Mrs. Inc.,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. And yes, we are very, very happy about that. All right. So Mr. Brown, the second motion.
Are you ready for this one?
I am.
Okay. I would move that the Board of Education approve a 3.31% total package increase for the Grand Island Council of School Administrators and Central Office Administrators for the 2020-2021 fiscal year as presented.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mrs. Albers, thank you. Any discussion? Dr. Dexter, will you please take the roll call?
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsness,
Yes.
Dr. Bros,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Inc.,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordemaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Ms. Wolf.
Yes.
All right. And all right, I'm ready for the next one.
All right, Mr. Brown.
I would move that the Board of Education approve a 3.31% total package increase for the district classified employees for the 2020-2021 fiscal year as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Schutz. Any discussion? Okay. Dr. Dexter, one last time, please take the roll.
Mrs. Albers,
Yes.
Mr. Barsness,
Yes.
Dr. Bros,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mrs. Zink,
Yes.
Mrs. Gordermaker,
Yes.
Mrs. Hinkle,
Yes.
Mrs. Schutz,
Yes.
Miss Wolf.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate everyone's patient for this long meeting. We always seem to have one or two of these a year. Agenda item 12 is notification of upcoming board meetings. Reminder, we have a board retreat on June 25th, starting at noon. And then our next board meeting is July 9th. And just to let you know, I did also learn that the waivers for the Open Meetings Act was extended through June, but the governor's office has made it transparent that they do not intend to extend that waiver. So that means that our July meeting will need to be in person. If someone needs to attend virtually, you can. However, you won't be able to vote, and you're not counted towards the quorum. So if you want to vote and be counted towards the quorum, you will have to be in person. And so I'm sure we'll do it similar to what we did with the March meeting before we started our virtual meetings. So number 13, we are adjourned. Everyone have a great night and a great weekend.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you all.
Thanks,
Have a great
everybody.
night.
Good night.
Good night.